item D on our agenda, and that's the COVID-19 updates.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening to yourself and members of council, and to many folks that are joining us tonight. We have a great agenda, lots of presentations, a public meeting as well. But first, we are going to have a very important matter to deal with, which is our regular COVID-19 update for the community and for council. This week, we've seen some very positive news from York Region Public Health. They've opened up vaccines to those born in 1951 or earlier, and continue to roll out their program. There's 7 full vaccination centers now open and operational, and we're advised that a Canada's Wonderland drive-through facility is planned to open March 29th. One thing I can assure council and the members of council and members of the public are, we continue to work and talk with York Region Public Health on a weekly, even daily basis about siting a facility for vaccination in our community. We're assured that once vaccination supplies have been ramped up and are more secure, that we will be looking at facilities in East Gwillimbury, at least a facility, which will likely be of a drive-through type nature, but more details will be available. If there's any questions on tonight's update, I have Deputy CAO Mark Valchich, who chairs our COVID-19 sub-team, to answer anything that might be of interest. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Valchich? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I know I've raised this before, and I'm not expecting a detailed response, but I'm reading a lot more about white-collar burnout as we get a year into this pandemic. A lot of employees working from home are really starting to have significant mental health issues. And I've asked before about, are we making sure that our employees are taking the holiday time that's allocated to them? I know at the beginning people were putting off thinking, well, I'll travel next year, but now we're a year into it, and I just want to make sure that we don't have employees who have been working nonstop for the past year, that we're making sure that our employees are getting breaks that they need. And I know I've raised this before, and like I said, a public meeting is probably not appropriate for a very detailed response, but I just want to put that out there, and maybe it's something that we can get a report back on, perhaps in a private session, or if you have a more general response now.
Madam Mayor, I can certainly provide a general response right now, if that's helpful. It's an area that we're monitoring very carefully, and I would say that we are starting to see a greater ability, especially now as we've got a renewed sense of optimism going into the summer months. That we're going to see people in a better position to be able to really take the well-deserved time off that they need and that they rely on to sort of rejuvenate themselves. It's been a very, very busy year, but our staff have done a great job. They've been very dedicated and committed, and we're going to make sure that that they do in fact get the time this year to take off. And we think the summer this year will be, we're hoping, will be quite a bit different than last year at this time. As you saw in the memo that you've got in front of you this evening, we're actually starting to plan for what we hope will be the reintroduction of in-person summer camps and that sort of thing. So as we see another couple of months of immunization program rolling out, and we still will obviously be monitoring the situation up to the summer, but we see the summer being better this year. And the other thing I wanted to mention is, in addition to time off, we've introduced some ongoing health and wellness conversations and discussions and information into staff meetings. At our recent town hall, we had a guest presenter that talked to us about some simple tips for staying healthy and well at a time when we're still very much, for the most part, working in isolation of each other. So we're doing a number of things on a number of fronts on the health and wellness front, and we do appreciate the the question and the support from council.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Just had a couple of questions. One was around the support for vaccinating folks that are shut in, that they might be over 80 and unable to attend the clinics. I know Dr. Kurji had mentioned a couple of weeks ago in regional council that they were working on a plan towards that. I was just wondering if they had shared anything yet with our staff helping folks that can't get to a vaccination center.
Madam Mayor, through you, so there are arrangements being made for assistance with transportation services to help folks that are booking get to vaccination sites. The other thing that we've done, and I'm kind of glad that you asked this because I think it's important to note, we're also assisting the town with residents that need help simply booking their appointments. So not just getting to their appointments, but actually booking them, because that can be fairly daunting and confusing for many people. I'm pleased to report that in partnership with the library is doing a great job offering support service in that regard. And in the last couple of weeks alone, we've had over a dozen inquiries and a number of folks that have been assisted by library staff to book appointments. So not only helping them book them, but then helping make arrangements for them to get there if they need help.
And thank you. And Madam Mayor, through you, you've kind of touched on my second point. Was I was going to say I'm very appreciative of all the work the library is doing in helping to book the appointments. I know, though, that there are some folks that are a little reticent about reaching out for the help. And I was just wondering if it would be possible, either through the region or even our own communications department, would it be possible to have a how-to video, a quick YouTube video to help walk someone through the steps? Because I was talking to a gentleman today that was in his 70th year, and by all accounts, tech-friendly, maybe even tech-savvy, and he found it a little daunting to go through the process. So I'm just wondering if maybe there's some step-by-step instructions that we could put out, a video, just anything extra to help beyond the, there's some people that just, they won't call for customer support, and, anything we could do to get people to get their shots in their arms is, I think, is very important.
Madam Mayor, we can certainly review. There's a number of sort of support information supports out there. Maybe what we'll do is I'll have our communications folks take a look and see what's out there. There may be something that is already prepared that we could say post on our website or something like that. But I do want to mention, and I know Councillor Crone had alluded to this, in addition to offering support if folks need, for example, internet access at our library and they want sort of face-to-face help, there's also the opportunity for telephone help. If they call, then staff will assist them via remotely to effectively book an appointment. So a number of ways to make sure that our residents are getting the service that they need.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Foster.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was going along the same lines as where Councillor Crone just went. I was wondering, we're doing a great job with our social media and putting all the information out, the town page and what have you. I wonder if we could maybe attach some numbers to that let the public know that their neighbors are reaching out to the town and they are receiving the help that they need, which might entice them to do the same thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that our seniors in particular are comfortable in working with our library staff. Many of them know the libraries and the library staff, and so to give out personal information, I think they're quite comfortable with it, and it sounds like they're taking full advantage of it. As one lady said to me, well, they're our friends. I see them all the time when I'm in the library. So it's a good fit. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. With that, I have a resolution, be it resolved that administrative memorandum dated March 23rd, 2021, entitled COVID-19 Update 2021-5 be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. We're at presentations at this time, and very excited for this one to introduce Jay Scholten, Director of Housing Development and Asset Strategy, and McEnroe, Manager of Affordable Housing Development, Regional Municipality of York, making a presentation to Council entitled East Gwillimbury Transitional Housing Project. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Hackson and members of Council, for having us here today. I am here with Melissa McEnroe, the Manager of Affordable Housing Development, and we've got our team here who's really excited about this upcoming project in East Gwillimbury. Today on the line, we also have Monica Bryce, our General Manager of Social Services, and Debbie Thompson, the Director of Homelessness Community Programs with the region. And we're here to share about the upcoming transitional housing project that we have. Next slide, please. So Melissa and I today are going to go over a little bit of who we are at Housing York Inc., talk about the opportunity that we have to bring affordable housing to East Gwillimbury, walk you through a bit of a project overview, and then talk about the proposed timelines and next steps, and then we'll be happy to take any questions that you have at the end. Next slide. Next slide. So Housing York Inc. So York Region owns a housing company that's called Housing York Inc. And we have over 36 properties across all 9 municipalities with more than 2,700 units. We're the largest landlord in York Region, and we're the 7th largest nonprofit housing provider in Ontario. We are home to more than 4,000 residents, and we offer a whole bunch of different types of affordable housing facilities, which include everything from emergency and transitional housing to affordable housing as well too. And in East Gwillimbury, we currently have 3 properties. We have one small seniors apartment building that we have over in Holland Landing called Oxford Village. And then we also have 2 emergency and transitional housing facilities, Leader and Porter Place, just north of Green Lane. Next slide. So at Housing York Inc., we really take pride in our homes, and we ensure we want to have pride for the folks that live in our homes as well too. So you can see here that we have a whole variety of different built forms here, and we really like to ensure that they fit in with the community. We always look to ensure that there's functional design for our homes, as well as appropriate scale and mixed income. So our homes are supported by a lot of different things, including communal program space, outdoor amenities, and quality interiors as well too. In our we have a whole bunch of different residents in our buildings as well too. We have low and moderate income earners, such as those at the beginning of their careers or in lower paying industries, newcomers to the region, and older residents who may have fixed incomes as well too. In our affordable housing sites, we also have a mixed income model where we have market rents as well as subsidized and affordable rents. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the quality of construction that we have and the way that we maintain our homes, here are a couple pictures from across our portfolio. Up at the top there is Belinda's Place. That is the Women's Emergency and Transitional Housing Facility in Newmarket. And you can see there, oh, just go back to the slide, sorry. And you can see some of the inside pictures of our building. So lots of light, a great place to be, and a great place to live as well. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about an opportunity that presented itself to the region and for East Gwillimbury at the end of 2020. Next slide. Is throughout 2020, the province has been funding the region through the Social Services Relief Fund. And this fund really partners with municipalities to help protect the province's most vulnerable during COVID-19. particularly those who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless as well too. So we have a total of $7.3 million in funding from the province to deliver 2 transitional housing projects. One of them is in Georgina. We have 8 units there, and the other one is here in East Gwillimbury, where we're looking to put transitional housing here as well. This was announced by the ministry just last week, which was very exciting. And the funding comes with some pretty tight deadlines. They are looking to have us have this complete by the end of 2021. So we've been really fortunate to be working with the great staff at the town of East Gwillimbury, who are helping us make sure that we can meet these milestones in order to have construction completed by the end of this year. Next slide. And so often when we talk about affordable housing and housing in general, we kind of look at the housing continuum. That's the example here. So at one end, there's homelessness, and then on the other end, there's market home ownership. So the project that we're intending to develop here on the site in East Gwillimbury would support transitional housing. So you can see that there, kind of the orange graphic there, third from the left. Transitional housing is different from emergency housing or shelters in several ways. Transitional housing refers to a supportive yet temporary type of accommodation meant to bridge the gap from emergency crisis and permanent housing. The proposed transitional housing units will be more of a long-term and service-intensive and private than emergency shelters, yet remain time-limited. The proposed units will provide independent living options for a range of clients and be equipped with self-contained washrooms and kitchen facilities. And the intent of transitional housing is to provide safe, secure, and stable housing that provides people with the supports they need to find permanent housing in the community. Now I'm going to pass it over to Melissa, who's going to walk you through some of the details of the project.
Thanks, Josh. You can go to the next slide, please. And just one more. Thank you. So what I'm going to do now is kind of zoom back into the site and tell you a little bit about what goes on. So many of you probably have driven by the site there on Highway 11 and kind of maybe known what it's about, but haven't really taken a good look. So I'll give you a bit of an overview here. So there's 2 buildings on site. The first one is called Leader Place, and that's a family facility. There's about a capacity for about 48 people or about 12 families. That has changed a little bit during COVID, given the restrictions. But not only is this a place for people to call home in a potentially turbulent times in their lives, we also have some wonderful wraparound supports for the people who live here. So there's a lovely playground for kids on site, nice, quiet, tranquil place for people to really access their health and wellness programs and some counseling in a variety of areas here. Next slide. The second building on site is called Porter Place. This is a building that really caters to the male population. So this has a capacity of about 28 in pre-COVID times and also provides those wraparound support. So not only is it a place to sleep, but the clients here often have help with a variety of aspects, including perhaps planning for their own financial future, connecting to new services within the community which they'd like to live, and referring to appropriate treatment sites. So it's not just a there and gone, it's a come in and have service and connect and move on throughout the community. Next slide, please. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit more here. So this is an aerial of the site. And what isn't shown here is really that grade. So you can really tell when you're driving by, it's actually kind of up on a hill there. So it's quite actually a large site. A lot of it is kind of environmental or undeveloped at this point. With the 2 buildings on site, there's a little opportunity, and I'll show you in the next slide, about where we're going to put the future building. But it is surrounded by kind of farmlands, woodlots. There are some neighbors, but the upside of that is there is a lot of tranquility there, a lot of peace on the site, which maybe some haven't experienced before in that. The majority of site is vacant, so it does have opportunity for future potential development, and we're looking at that holistically, and this new building would fit within that context. Next slide, please. So what's being proposed now with these transitional facilities is approximately 16 units. They're in a low-rise form, so we're looking at 2 stories at the moment. And we're mixing between a 1-bedroom and studio apartments, and I'll show a sample floor plate of how that might work. These are self-contained units, as Josh mentioned. They have kitchens and bathrooms, so they're really apartments within a larger social environment where there are other people to turn to in addition to your neighbors. So they provide those rental housings opportunities, but there's also an additional multi-purpose room in there as well. What's unique about this project will be the use of prefabricated construction. So Josh was talking about that really aggressive timeline for development here, and traditional construction methods really wouldn't fit within that. So we turned to look at modular or prefabricated housing, which has been done quite successfully in several communities in Canada, including Toronto, in which we are connecting with our colleagues on and their lessons learned. But what it does there is it actually allows some of the construction of those buildings to occur off-site, weather controlled, and really cut the time in half of what a traditional on-site construction would be. There's no weather delays or anything of that nature. It does still produce high quality in building code compliant buildings. So we're really excited to have that here on this site. Next slide, please. So I'll just give a little look of the actual development of the land. So as you can see in that box there, there's a triangle there that's at the top of the driveway that actually kind of overlooks the highway below. We think this is a great location for the new building. It will fit those units in there in a 2-story building. There's about 29 parking spots on site today, kind of moved throughout. So there's an opportunity here to create an additional 8 parking, which will be located throughout the site, some of them closer to the building than not. The location provides that connectivity of services between the buildings should the operator choose, and really kind of creates this campus of care that is happening there. We did send this in and worked very collaboratively with the town on our pre-consultation for planning approval. So we had that earlier in March. We got some wonderful comments and feedback, and we're furiously working with staff to meet those aggressive timelines, but the collaboration has been phenomenal and the support has been wonderful. Next slide, please. So this is just a sample floor plan. Like as we move through the development concepts, things change a little bit, but this just gives you an idea of what maybe the second floor would look like. So there are, in this particular model, which is one we're in the midst of designing, there are 10 bedrooms shown, so 5 on this level, and 8 studios, so 4 on this level. And what's being shown here is about 375 square feet of the bachelor unit sizes and about 500 square feet for the 1-bedroom unit. So you can see the corridor on the bottom of your screen there, and the bedrooms are at the back. These are actually, what we're kind of doing here is mimicking similar conditions in the rental market. So the idea would be that once these clients have that supportive service and can go back into the community, what they'll be living in is something very similar in configuration and size as the rental market in York Region would provide. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the prefabricated housing will be a real opportunity here to really use new kinds of construction. You can see those wonderful pictures that are developed from out west. Those have a little bit more of a contemporary feel. Our building would have a little bit more of one that would fit in with the environment. So we're working with some great architects on that. And it really is wonderful for affordable housing because of the method of fast construction, in addition to the opportunity to really control those elements inside the factory and cut the time in half. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, the traditional construction, really a lot of the work happens, like the on-site construction is longer, and the design and engineering, the permits and approvals, the site, it's really a linear process. So you're one step to the next step to the next step. When you come to prefabricated construction, so much of that is happening, a lot of that work is happening up front. So while we're designing the building, while we're getting the permits and approvals, things are actually happening behind the scenes in that factory, and those panels are being kind of more mass produced than traditional component. So it actually makes the on-site construction much faster. So once that work is done in the factory and they're actually put on transit trucks and driven kind of up the highway there, they can actually put them on site, and the disruption to the existing services on site, as well as traffic or anything, are really mitigated for up to a 50% time savings. Next slide, please. And I'll talk a little bit more about the timeline. Next slide, please. So back in September, we submitted a business case to the MMAH for this SSRF funding. We were awarded it in December, just before the holidays there. It was a busy time of year for everyone, and we were really excited to get going. So between December and March, we've really been working behind the scenes, doing some preliminary designs, working with planners and architects, and to search for a builder who can do this within this time frame. And we've had a lot of success for that. So we had that pre-consultation with those meetings with the staff earlier in March, and we're looking for an April submission for a site plan application for the town to consider. Off-site construction of those prefabricated models will begin in September, and we're anticipating receiving our planning and building approvals within the summer, which will allow for, excuse me, a summer and fall on-site construction throughout the rest of the panels. The project will be completed by the end of December 2021, marking a massive achievement for construction planning and for the people of East Gwillimbury to experience this facility. Next slide, please. One of the key components of all of our developments that Housing York Inc. And through the social services transitional units is really an open and transparent communication process. So while this was announced just recently, we have been working behind the scenes, and we are hoping to set up, we'll have our first public information center likely mid-April. We will look to work with the communications staff at the town to get that widely publicized and have a virtual open house where we can walk through this kind of concept and answer questions in a larger format, have some subject matter experts to really dive into any questions that people have. And then throughout the process, we'll establish soon after that, so probably beginning in May, a community liaison committee, which whole primary goal will be to discuss details at a site level, the things that neighbors might care about most, for example, privacy fencing or construction impacts. And they'll meet regularly, probably 3 or 4 times during the course of construction, and hopefully end with a wonderful site tour, fingers crossed, COVID safety, towards the end of 2021. And I think that, if you could go to the next slide, I think that wraps up our formal presentation. Josh and myself and the members of our team would be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Very exciting. Josh and Melissa are so easy to work with. I know that most of our council, if not all, know I'm on the housing board, and as soon as I saw this, I thought this is just made for East Gwillimbury. Something new and a little bit different, but we're always open to ideas, and thank you so much for the presentation this evening. I'm sure that there will be some questions, members of council. Well, Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and not so much of a question, but just a comment. Thank you so much for coming to East Gwillimbury. We really appreciate it, and I know you'll be a great addition to our community. And congratulations to you, Madam Mayor. I know you've worked long and hard on this, and it must be satisfying to see this come to fruition. So thank you so much for choosing EG.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. Anyone else? Any questions, comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a couple. One I was curious about, just one of the comments that Ms. McEnroe made was about how the residents of East Gwillimbury would experience this facility. My understanding is that this is a regional facility, and so it has clients from across the region. And these are not residents of East Gwillimbury who are requiring transitional housing, but these are, in most cases, and perhaps you could answer this for me, what's the percentage of people from outside the region, from outside of East Gwillimbury, I mean, the people outside of East Gwillimbury versus EG residents who are accessing the services at this facility? Please and thank you.
Thank you. I believe Monica Bryce my colleague Monica is on the line here. She's probably best suited to answer that. Monica, are you there?
Yes, hi. Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, the transitional units will be primarily directed towards people who have either experienced homelessness or are at risk of experiencing homelessness. Therefore, you're right, Councillor, they could come from across the region. And they would be identified as appropriate candidates for the space based on the needs that they have, their ability to begin to live independently, and the supports that would be in place.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, if there are a larger proportion of people coming from outside of East Gwillimbury, this facility is relatively remote up on Yonge Street. Is York Region Transit going to be providing additional services since you're going to be serving more clients out of that location? How are you making sure that people are able to access this facility safely? I know we've had some safety incidents at that location in the past. So are there plans in place to enhance transportation to that location?
So I can take that one. So great question too, and we often have questions about that there. So we're working closely with Transit to look at how we might be able to continue to service the site, particularly as they've introduced their on-demand service. As well, that's probably one that would be a more likely answer to this here. So we'll continue to work with them through the development of the site.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. I have a resolution, be it resolved that the presentation made to Council entitled East Gwillimbury Transitional Housing Project be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers. Councillor Foster. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much to both of you for coming out tonight. We really appreciate it. And you know, anything that we can do to help it along, we're there.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, Councillor, sorry, Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. I'm just thinking, while we have these folks on the line, I wonder if it might be appropriate for us to move, I believe it's item Q1, which is correspondence, which is the staff report from York Region, up on our agenda. Because it does talk about the funding sources and so on. It might make sense to deal with that now while we have these folks with us rather than waiting until the end of our agenda.
We could do that. Thank you. And do I have a seconder for that as well? Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to ask questions? I'm just looking at, yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't even think about that part of it. It was,
we just moved it. I thought we moved it up so we could deal with it while those folks were on the line. Because, for example, the question I had was the chart in that report says that there's a regional and local municipality contribution of $1.5 million. Is that coming from the region, or what portion of that is for EG? And do we need to defer DCs? Do they require an exemption on development charges or any of our development requirements and so on? So that's really where I was trying to go, was to facilitate what they need from a logistical perspective as well. Thank you.
I believe that they have left us. Josh and Melissa, are you still here? Melissa's still here.
I'm here.
Wonderful. And Mr. Webster, you had your hand, perhaps you had some information as well.
Madam Mayor,
Sorry, I was quick.
Oh, this is a wonderful story. We're getting a lot of provincial investment, regional investment in our community. We will report back on the details of the business arrangement and as to how this will proceed forward to make sure it happens in an expedited manner. So if you give us a little bit of time, the deadline is a little it's advanced, but we will get there, and we will report back in about a month's time, if that would be good. Will give us time to work with the York Region team.
And I will add, just on the component, the town staff has been so helpful in helping us through those hurdles. There will be applicable development charges, and through that detail, we can work through that. Typically, we find that we are exempt from those development charges as we develop for the region, and there's some paperwork that has to be exchanged to formalize that, but we can overcome that with the help of staff.
Thank you very much. Were there other questions, Councillor Roy DiClemente? Go ahead.
No, not at this point. So my suggestion would be, since we've moved Q1 up, that we would receive it, and I would add to the resolution that while we receive it, that we would direct staff to research further and report back when appropriate.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to that? Thank you. Councillor Crone, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 2 tonight is L. Stephanoff, Environmental Advisory Committee member, making a presentation to Council entitled EG Water Conservation Strategy. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for letting me present to you this evening. My name is Lauren Stephanoff, and I am on the Environmental Advisory Committee for East Gwillimbury, working with Councillor Carruthers. And I joined the EAC almost 2 years ago. And and next slide, please. One of the tasks that we were sort of made to achieve was to come up with a water conservation strategy for the town, and so we've been working on it, I guess, almost 2 years on and off, and so we wanted to find ways to engage and educate the public on various topics. So there's a lot of misconception as to why is my water bill so high? So we really want to get out there and educate the public on what exactly is in their water and wastewater bill. We also want to have the residents learn how to conserve water, obviously. And the benefits can be obviously water conservation, money savings for the residents, and better educated residents. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a photo of Chicago's Navy Pier Ferris wheel. So what does this water conservation strategy have to do with the Ferris wheel in Chicago? Next slide, please. So a couple summers ago, I was playing tourist in Chicago while my husband was attending a conference. And being a bit of an engineering nerd, I checked out the map before I went to Chicago, and I noticed that there was a massive water treatment plant right beside Navy Pier. And I decided to go on the Ferris wheel because, you know, I was a tourist in Chicago. And I was in line and I was alone. So I joined a family, a mother, a father, a teenage girl, and a little boy. And they were fine with me joining them. We had a little chit chat in line. And as I'm on the Ferris wheel, I'm taking pictures, sort of channeling my father. And the little boy said, "What are you taking pictures of?" And I said, "Oh, well," you know, I was kind of busted. I said, "Well, that happens to be a massive water treatment plant for almost 2 million people who live in Chicago. So that facility over there cleans water and distributes it to all of the people in Chicago." And the woman, his mother, looked at me and pure genuinely said, well, where did they get the water? And so to me, that was such an aha moment, that the stuff that I know through work and my education, I take for granted. Not everybody understands the process that water goes through during our everyday lives. Next slide, please. So I kind of wish I had this slide with me at that moment, but so there's the whole concept of source to tap, tap to source. So, for example, East Gwillimbury is maybe not the best example because our source is from the ground, but if we were to use Lake Ontario as an example, and a lot of municipalities in York Region get their water from Lake Ontario through an agreement with Peel Region, so that water is pumped through various pumping stations all the way up. It's treated, so it's taken from Lake Ontario, it's pumped up to where we need to use it, it's treated, it's distributed to your house, your school, your shopping center, your work, everything like that. We use it, we drink it, we bathe in it, we wash our clothes. But then when we flush the toilet, it's treated again to a point where it can be released back into the lake. And I don't think a lot of children, or maybe even adults, necessarily understand that the very source we get our water from is the exact source that we put our wastewater into again. Next slide, please. So here's some basic water facts that maybe we could share with residents. So looking at the earth, it's very obvious it contains mostly water. So it's 71% water. I'm gonna talk about a children's activity that makes this a little bit more fun. Of that, 97% of that is salt water, 2% is frozen, so it's inaccessible. Only 1% of that is fresh water, but 0.5% of that 1% is accessible, meaning that other 0.5% is too deep into the ground, so we can't access it. Also of note is that in Ontario, we're very fortunate. We live in this freshwater bubble where we have over 250,000 lakes, and we have 20% of the world's fresh water. That is insane. When I would tell that to children in my job, when I was presenting to children about water conservation, I mean, that's just astonishing. And Canada has more lake area than any other country in the world. And the Great Lakes alone have 18% of the world's fresh water. So we need to understand that water is, like, we can't make water. It's a commodity that we have to treasure. And I think because it just seems like it's so abundant where we live, you know, maybe we need to be more careful with it. Next slide, please. So as a team, we came up with a strategy. It's a little bit more like a communication plan than a strategy, but we're hoping to work with town staff to make it work. So what are the components here? I know that the town website is being completely revamped later in April, and that's very exciting. So we're going to add a lot of content to the new town website. But of note, there's a lot of content that we can sort of borrow. Why reinvent the wheel? There's a lot of content out there from the region of York that we can piggyback on, which is fabulous. Social media and things like Curbeck signs. Water conservation kits. These are something that maybe we could put together to give away at events when we start having events again. Maybe we can partner with local businesses. The Environmental Advisory Committee, we could have attendance at local events, and to entice the children to get more involved, we have come up with a couple activities and displays at the events. Next slide, please. So social media and Curbeck side. So we're all familiar with the Curbeck signs. The farmers market is coming, or Tapestry of Taste is coming. So we can use that to our advantage to sort of put a bug in everybody's ear about water conservation. Social media, we've talked about this in a few of our meetings too. We're letting the region of York handle all of the heavy COVID messaging, so we get to do the more sort of lighthearted messaging. So we intend to capitalize on that. So here's a few examples. A leaky tap can cost you X dollars per month. So there goes the whole enticement to get it fixed because you're wasting money. A water barrel can save you X dollars per year. Ontario has 20% of the world's fresh water, so little educational tidbits. I also think it's important to have some sort of a call to action. So, do you have a leaky toilet? Click on such and such to find out, how to learn. So these are things that we can capitalize on. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the water conservation kit, we have a few tools at our disposal that we don't necessarily have to create ourselves. They already exist. So simple things like there's a water efficiency around the home booklet. There's also a water efficient plant booklet. So these are tips around the house, very simple things, but maybe people don't know that they can buy a water efficient shower head, or maybe they don't know that, hey, a water barrel can save me X number of dollars a year. The plant guide is really interesting because it will tell you, actually, next slide, please. We're also intending to include this in the kit as well, and it's a one-page guide that you can take to the garden center, and it's similar to the first guide, but less information overload, and it tells you which plant to plant where, so whether it requires sun and shade, will it attract pollinators, how much water it takes. So the intention of the gardening component of water conservation is you're planting the right plant as opposed to something that's non-native and might require more watering. So if you have a full sun backyard, this guide will help you plant something that's appropriate for a full sun backyard and maybe doesn't require as much watering. Next slide, please. Now we don't want to fill our kit with a bunch of sort of trinkets and trash, but I think a shower timer is good. Maybe we're all guilty of spending too long in the shower, but if we're more mindful of how long we're in there, that's never a bad thing. A leaky toilet detector is what's on the right here, and all it is a simple colored tab that you put in the back of your toilet bowl tank, and if you have a leak, the colored water will appear in your bowl. This can be achieved with food coloring or soy sauce as well, but to receive it like that is also kind of nice, and we can put our logo on it. Next slide, please. Another thing we're hoping to achieve with the help of town staff is to build some partnerships with local businesses, and also with the help of York Region and LSRCA, that's Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. So what if we could partner up and whether it be coupons or discounts or some sort of an incentive for residents to get a rain barrel or a low flow toilet or like a special a faucet or a shower head that has a better aeration that uses less water. These are sort of endeavors that we're hoping to look into. Next slide, please. So attendance at town events, whether it be the Santa Claus Parade, certainly the community open house, the farmers market, Tapestry of Taste. There are so many town events, again, when the town events are back on, that maybe the Environmental Advisory Committee could have a little table or a booth, and we could sort of educate. It would be a great opportunity for us to educate residents, not only on water conservation. There are so many other ideas we have cooking, but so this is another endeavor that we have. Next slide, please. So in order to get the children involved, this goes back to how much water there is on Earth. This is a really, really cool activity for kids where it's called the 100 bead necklace. And with this activity, children are given 100 beads, and each bead represents all of the water on Earth. So going back to what I explained before, 97 of them represent salt water, which is the blue. The 2 white ones represent the frozen water, and the single clear bead represents the fresh water. So the children make a necklace. And then at the same time, while doing this fun craft, they're learning about how precious water is. And hopefully they're wearing it to school or showing their siblings, and the message continues. So it's a fun activity as they learn. Next slide, please. Another activity. So this sort of marries water conservation with waste management and asset management, I guess you could say. This activity is really fun. It's called 3 Ps in the Tea. So what you want to do, it's very simple. What you want to do is enforce the message to children and adults, for that matter, that the only things that go in the toilet are pee, poo, and toilet paper. And it's toilet paper. It's not Kleenex. It's not paper towel. So the image there shows a pipe that's been clogged by whether it's fats, oils, and grease, whether it's paper towel, whether it's baby wipes, you name it, it's in that pipe. So the clear bottles you see in the image on the right show that the only thing that falls apart in the water is, I think it's the second bottle there, is toilet paper will disintegrate, but paper towel doesn't. It's different. Even Kleenex, like facial tissues, is a different composition of paper, and it will stay solid. You can get a little funny and put a baby, like a little toy car. Of course, that's not going to disintegrate in water either. So this sort of marries the idea of water conservation, but also wastewater. So in our team meeting, in our advisory committee meeting, we've talked about branching further to talk about maybe stormwater management and waste. So we can go further in all of the messaging that we give out to the residents. So, but this is just a cute little fun activity, and it's very visual. So children and adults alike will see this and it will resonate with them. So I do believe that is the last slide, but we're very excited to work with town staff to help build the website and help engage with residents and just educate them and educate them on how to, save money on their water bill, but also the bigger picture. And if anybody has questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Very informative, very exciting. Questions from members of council. Councillor Crothers and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you so much, Lauren. That was a great presentation. And I just want to go back to the beginning when Lauren was setting this up to remind everyone where this came from. That at the very beginning of this term of council, we were struggling with getting a lot of feedback from residents about the size of their water bills, and we were concerned about, is it caused by a leaky tap and that sort of thing. And we'd asked staff to look at putting together a water conservation strategy. That then got transferred to the advisory committee, and the advisory committee has been working on that. So this isn't just a project of the EAC coming forward. This is a direct ask from council to give staff some ideas of what they can work with. But as you see from all the stuff that Lauren said, we have some excellent community volunteers who are very knowledgeable and very willing to help with this. But this is a menu basically for staff to pick and choose from, and the things that EAC can assist with, we're more than willing to do that, and stuff that the town just wants to run with, that information's there for them. So thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Lauren. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have to tell you that this is welcome news. I know water conservation is a big opportunity area for us, and I know, as Councillor Carruthers said, many of our residents have raised it in the past. It's a topic that can raise some passions in people, so be prepared when you're doing your community outreach that you'll probably get a lot of very pointed opinions, but that's okay. And I would just, you know, a suggestion I would throw out is, you know, we have some residents that have actually had some very creative approaches to water conservation. I think it would be interesting to get some feedback from them. I know one gentleman in Mount Albert has a system of rain barrels set up where he waters his lawn exclusively through the rain barrels. And he tells me in the summer he cuts his water bill in half. So that's a big win, and we should be celebrating that and sharing it. But anyway, I'll leave that up to you. But thank you so much for your work, and I'd look forward to spreading the word of water conservation in East Gwillimbury. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini, go ahead.
Am I muted still?
You're good to go.
Okay, I just wanted to congratulate Lauren. I was in the committee for quite a while there, and for the environmental. You guys really stepped it up. Just really great presentation. I'm really proud of it's even gone further than, you know, when I was there. So I'm really proud that this is going on, and I hope the people out there watching this this evening that they'll appreciate as much as I have. And I thank you for doing a great job.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much, Lauren. That was a wonderful presentation, and I look forward to, I hope that we see that in loops in different places as well. I think the time that you've spent working on that should not be just shown once.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini and Councillor Crothers. Do you have a question, Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Just a question on the motion, actually. At this point, we're endorsing the strategy in principle, and then we're sending it to staff for a report. I think at this point, I don't think I need a report on this. I'd like to provide direction to staff to work with the Environment Advisory Committee to implement the strategy as presented to us this evening. I don't think we need a report from staff. But I see that Mr. Webster has his hand up.
Go ahead, Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, we both attended the Environmental Advisory Committee earlier this month and saw a part of the presentation. We didn't see this one though. And I was wondering, one of our thoughts was going to be to have a council workshop in the coming months. And maybe we could refer this. We have our official plan review occurring as well. It could be a great time to have a fulsome workshop, discuss these topics, and bring back some recommendations for implementation at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente?
That makes sense to me.
Okay. Okay, are we fine with that? And so we have a motion. Sorry, we have movers, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah. All those in favor?
Sorry, are we voting on the revised motion from Councillor Roy DeClemente to work with staff?
Yes, that was my intention.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Just wait till it. Council directs staff to work with the Environmental Advisory Committee, e.g. water conservation strategy. Oh, we're still working on it.
And to be clear, that's a staff presentation, not another Environment Committee presentation, correct?
Yes. I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can everybody read that? Do you want me to read it out? Think everyone can read it? Okay. And we have a mover and a seconder. Any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Foster.
I'm just wondering if we should look ahead in our calendar and put a date to this. I would hate to see it drag on too long, especially when we're moving into the summer season now, when water usage will most certainly go up. It'd be nice to have a decision on this kind of before we lose another season.
I think that's a good suggestion. Mr. Webster, do we have some dates that we've already set aside for council workshops?
We do, Madam Mayor, May 11th, 6 p.m.
Very good. Okay, I think I'm seeing thumbs up. Everybody's happy with that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. We'll move on to item number 3, and we have S. Deschenes, Environmental Advisory Committee member, making a presentation to Council entitled Climate Emergency. Are you there, Stefan?
I am indeed.
Very good.
So as Lauren, my colleague on the Environmental Advisory Committee, was doing her excellent presentation, I noted that she was clever to have the new logo. In my defense, this presentation, we were working on this over a year ago, and then another emergency came up, and I never updated the logo. So it's not a reflection of my dislike for the new logo. So the objective here is to simply bring you up to date on what's happening all around the world as councils are declaring climate emergencies, why they're doing it, what it means. And so I'm just going to take you through some information. I was thrown a little bit because I was expecting to have presentation mode, as I've been doing a lot of these presentations on Teams, but the presentation's at your end, and so I'm going to have to be referring to my notes on a different screen. So if I hesitate occasionally, that's why. My apologies.
Not a problem, Paul.
Next slide, please. So municipalities around the world have been declaring climate emergencies at the municipal level, which is very important. These numbers are from 2 months ago. I actually just got the latest number before this meeting, and we're up to 1,910 jurisdictions in 34 countries, representing 826 million citizens. There is a climateemergency.org website where all this information is from and where they keep track of all this, and they help municipalities around the world not just declare them, but implement them and give a lot of information. It was going very fast until around January of 2020, and then it slowed down to a crawl. But I am seeing the momentum pick up once again. As you can see, we've added an extra, just in 2 months, what is that, 50 or so jurisdictions and another country. Next slide, please. So why is it an emergency? Well, it's the only way to really describe what's going on. We are experiencing catastrophic change caused by human activity. And I'm going to assume that I don't have to rationalize or explain that. If there is anybody who would like information as to whether it's happening or not, I would be happy to provide that afterwards, but I didn't think that was necessary at this point. I think generally we all agree on this. The loss of a safe climate threatens not just species and animals, but all life, including ourselves. Not necessarily they would wipe out the planet, but it's going to change at a drastic speed, and it's going to cost a lot, and it will kill a lot of people, not just plants and animals, but a lot of people. And it's not that whether it's happening or not or when it will happen, it is happening and it's continuing to happen. And what the problem is, the speed at which it's happening is increasing. And it affects the weather. We've certainly seen a lot of extreme weather events in the last few years. We're losing habitats. The habitats are changing drastically, which is causing problems in terms of species. Crops are failing. Everything and everyone is being affected. Next slide, please. So the damage has already been done, and the question is not whether we can reverse it. The damage is done. Hopefully it could heal with time. but we're trying to minimize now further damage. And in order to do that, you need quick, large-scale action. And the good thing about this versus last year is we've seen how we can react quickly as a planet, as all countries working together. There has been an incredible amount of effort around the world and cooperation. And so we can do it when it's absolutely necessary. Next slide, please. So there are currently, we have a few things. What you see in this slide here is as the amount of CO2 grows, if we do nothing, by 2030, we'll have a 4 degrees Celsius change in climate. And if we do the Paris Agreement, which until recently, you know that the United States had pulled out of and others had not signed on to, we're trying to only have a 3-degree change by 2030 and kind of flatten things out. If we did very little, we could have a 2-degree change, which would lead us to kind of recover. 0 would be great if we could do it, and that would be the ultimate. But that is an extremely aggressive target that we don't seem to be able to achieve. Next slide, please. So what does it mean? This chart here shows you the effect on different areas. So the gray bar in the middle, I don't know if you can see because it's fairly small, represents the top of a 1-degree change. And we know we're already there. And above that, we have 1.5, and then the top line is 2.0, which would be less than the Paris Accord. Now we know that warm water corals, English is my second language, are already dying in Australia. And because of the increased things, they are losing the Great Barrier Reef very, very quickly. And that's where you see the dark lines. But you're seeing other areas that are currently being impacted and areas that will be impacted at different levels, right to the right, or morbidity and mortality, which has been happening to a certain extent, as certainly in Europe has been hitting unusual heat wave summer after summer. And they're not used to that, so they don't even have the air conditioning to handle it. But other areas like crop yields and flooding and erosion, et cetera, are listed here. And there's lots of information for anybody who wants to see. A lot of people have spent a lot of time modeling this in terms of the cost, not just in loss of life, but financial impact in terms of tourism and industry and agriculture. Next slide, please. So why at the municipal level? And because you think of this as a federal thing often, that certainly is where some of the laws are being made or debated and argued about. But local, as you know, is where we impact people very directly. People live locally, and people see what we do at the municipal level as having a very direct impact on them, and they can touch it and feel it. It's not just a conceptual thing like burning fossil fuel into the atmosphere. They can see things that are happening. And it's also where you can impact transportation, lifestyle, how people live. And as we were talking about in Lauren's last presentation, we can directly talk to them about changing their life habits. It's much easier to do. And there is less politics. There's no politics, but there is less politics at the municipal level. We're not all divided up in parties. And I don't know if you're aware, but the idea of basically a carbon tax originally came from the Green Party. Then it was kind of championed by the Conservatives, but it was implemented by the Liberals. So now the Conservatives are against it. So there's a lot of politics at the federal level as they try to differentiate themselves to get the votes. Next slide, please. I want to give you a voting analogy, which I know you understand. People often will say my vote makes a little difference, which as a politician, I'm sure you know is horrifying. And you want people to get involved. As I'm involved often in the actual campaigning at the provincial and federal levels, this get out the vote is a very big strategy because people talk about doing something but don't do it. So if only 30% of EG had voted, and if 10% more voted, it would have made a massive difference. It's the same thing with changing your habits in terms of climate. People say, well, so I cut this down, or I drive this kind of car, or I change to this technology. What difference will I make? Well, that's the point. That's why we are losing, because everybody's giving up. We all have to take this up. And again, at municipal level is where we can encourage that and we can explain that to people. Next slide, please. So it's about taking leadership. Next slide, please. And at the municipal level, we're also well positioned to influence in multiple directions. So first of all, left and right, and hopefully you are realizing that other municipalities in Southern Ontario have already declared climate emergencies, which is making all of us think and talk about the environment. So we can influence each other. Whether we declare a climate emergency or not, we can work together, and the municipalities, because we all share infrastructure, and everything that happens in one area impacts the other as well. And we can share ideas, and we can learn together. But also we can lobby upwards, which is the provincial and federal governments, but also we can talk directly to the people and to the community in a way that the upper levels of governments can't do. Next slide, please. So upwards is lobbying, as I mentioned. Sideways is working together. Downwards is where you educate and you make change and you build a community. But also inwards, which is very important, because you have to make this part of what we do, everything that we do within the city. And if you go to the next slide, please. In taking a leadership, we could declare a climate emergency, but we don't necessarily have to, but we need to make it part of everything that we do. All policies, everything that we do, we have to look at. And it's not unlike a budget. There is nothing that happens in East Gwillimbury that is not affected by the budget that you set as a council, because everything costs money and takes money, all the policies and all the initiatives that we take, and it's limited by that budget. And you have to think of the environment, and especially our emissions of CO2 and other greenhouse gases that affect global warming as a budget. And so you have to embed that in everything that we do and mobilize everybody to start thinking that way. It's a different way of looking at it. It can't just be a department, it can't be done by a committee like we are. It has to become part of everything and that we do in the way that we think about it. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that somebody might have.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Always learn when I learn something when I listen to you. Your presentations are always very enlightening. I saw some hands up. Councillor Crothers to start. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Stefan, for a great presentation. We're showcasing all the great talent we have on EAC. Stefan's another very knowledgeable member of our committee. And I'm hoping that this is just part one, and Stefan will come back at a future meeting and take us even deeper into this. EAC, as an advisory committee of council, is unanimous in their advice to council about declaring a climate emergency. So much so that we invited Mr. Webster and the mayor to come to one of our meetings to have a discussion about this. And it was there that we decided that let's start with this presentation, and then let's take it into our planning and a workshop so we can get more in depth. Everyone agrees it's about more than just making the declaration. It's all the stuff that Stefan had on that slide with strategic pieces to it. It's about showing that leadership and making sure that when we commit and we say, yes, we believe that this is an emergency, and here's all the things that we're going to go into helping to address that emergency, just like we did with COVID, where we get a report every single meeting. Here's all the things that we're doing. We have a steering committee that's helping steer the town through that emergency. So I'm hoping that's where we end up on this, but this is just day one of our presentation, and we'll have the workshop. We'll bring Stefan back. The committee's willing to do more work, more presentations, whatever we need to do. But I just wanted to make sure that gauge everyone's support. Stefan was saying that we assume there's no one that we need to convince that there's a climate crisis going on, and I want to just make sure everyone's on board before we take the next step in this journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our presenter, Stefan. Thank you very much your presentation. I agree with what was said earlier. It's very insightful and informative. I know some people might be a little nervous about declaring a climate emergency. I think as municipal politicians, it's very easy for us to point our fingers at the federal and provincial levels, but you're quite right that it does have municipal implications as well. I remember a couple of years ago talking to Mike Walters at the Conservation Authority, speaking about the Lake Simcoe, and I asked him the question, what is the single biggest threat to Lake Simcoe today? And I was expecting an answer of, phosphorus levels or pollution from, runoff from the streets or whatever. And no, it was climate change. He was very clear. And that really hammered home for me that, okay, yeah, this is local. We really need to factor this into our our decision-making process with so many aspects of what we do as municipal leaders. So thank you very much for your presentation. You've given us a lot to think about. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I agree with Councillor Crone in that it's, for me, it's not so much that that it's a declaration that we support in principle, but it's about making sure that that declaration comes with some meaningful action behind it. And I don't want to be declaring an emergency and have those words ring hollow. The town of East Gwillimbury has always provided leadership on the environment. We've been doing that since before it was even trendy or cool. It was just the right thing to do. And, our Thinking Green development standards were, providing municipal best practices and leadership, and are putting a charging station at the Civic Center, and all of those things are meaningful. And as Stefan has said, they're at the grassroots where we can influence people's lifestyles and change their habits on a day-to-day basis. So I'm happy to continue the discussion, but I want to make sure that if we were to declare such an emergency, that we had the means and the plan to stand behind that declaration as well, instead of just passing a resolution and having that be an empty promise, but to put something meaningful behind it. So I thank you for starting that conversation with us, Stefan. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, and I really appreciate hearing that from several of you, because we debated this presentation throughout the pandemic because we kept meeting. And it's kind of ironic to defer an emergency, but there was another emergency. But the only thing we all agreed on is the only thing worse than declaring a climate emergency is to declare it and do nothing. So I'm totally agree. It can't just be words. It's all about actions.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Stefan, for bringing the presentation to us and the EAC committee. I'm just wondering, on one of the slides, it does mention some sources where your information came from, and I'm just thinking along the lines of anybody who might be watching that, has that moment that goes, wow, this is a little bit more serious than I thought. If those sources are the ones that you would say that they would be a good one for our people to look if they decided to.
Well, I most of what I pulled is from climateemergencydeclaration.org, but that is really aimed towards people like yourselves, civic leaders, and people who are working on committees like the EAC. So I don't know that it's something I would necessarily share with the general public, but there's a lot of information that we can use to educate the general public. So yeah, I would definitely encourage you to go and look at climateemergencydeclaration.org.
Thank you. I'm just thinking if there's people out there looking for more information, where we would send them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forgot to ask, are we aware of any other municipalities in York Region or in the GTA that have made such a declaration?
Yes, we are. I'm sorry, I should have had that list available. Some very major cities. I think Hamilton has done it. I believe Toronto has done it. I think Markham was debating it just before the pandemic. A lot of Canadian ones. And again, on that website, there is a list of every municipality that has done it, and they keep adding to it. I apologize, I don't have that list handy with me right now.
Vaughan declared in 2019 and Newmarket declared in 2020. Those are just the quick ones that I found. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any other ones. We have a resolution in front of us. Be it resolved that the Environmental Advisory Committee presentation and memorandum dated March 23rd, 2021, entitled Climate Emergency, be received. Moved by Councillor Crothers, seconded by Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Stefan. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. Item number 4 is S. Daniel, Director, and D. Shaw, Media Relations, making a presentation to Council regarding the Tiny Seedlings sponsorship. Are you there, ladies?
I'm here. I believe my colleague Darlene is here as well. Can't hear you, Darlene.
There we go.
Great.
Welcome. Good to have you with us tonight.
Thank you.
So I'll start. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak. We're excited to be back here in virtual council with you once again. 2020 brought forth the rollout of our Tiny Seedlings program to the great communities in the municipality of East Gwillimbury. It's been an exciting journey, exploring the various neighborhoods, local entities, and meeting so many amazing residents. During this time, we've been able to put on a multitude of contests, incentives, and much more, as well as expanding partnerships with the local fire department, recreation services, Sharon Temple, and many independent local businesses. Our EG membership has grown quickly from a few dozen families to hundreds in mere months. We look forward to expanding our membership and providing many more free opportunities to the residents and families of East Gwillimbury through our Tiny Seedlings program. With many new and exciting projects popping up in the growing municipality, we were eager to support a fresh new venture that encompasses all the things we stand for. We come to you today to ask for direction to work with CPRC Department for an opportunity of the bamboo jungle structure at the Mount Albert Community Center as part of the existing playground. I will now hand you over to my colleague, Shanna Daniel.
Thanks, Darlene. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present to you this evening again. Upon our last presentation a year ago to announce our sponsorship of EG's newest venture of a library within your innovative health and active living plaza, we stressed the importance of our intent to bring families and community together. Since that period of time, we launched weekly ice cream events throughout EG, sponsored 2 events at Sharon Temple, launched our 2nd annual Naimi Farms Christmas Tree Initiative, and provided grocery gift cards to families in need in the month of December, chosen by town staff for issue. We have liaised with recreation services to engage current and new EG families to engage with your wonderfully organized Spring 2021 programs by way of introducing our TS Leisure Loot contest, and have awarded monetary credits towards residents' accounts for registration. We have recently fostered an amazing new relationship with the EG Fire Department for future education blitzes we're currently in the planning phase of. We are currently liaising to create a themed fire truck trailer, which will be used for educational purposes, in addition to a show and tell model in which kids have firsthand of experiencing on site with fire prevention officers. We're thrilled to announce that to date, we've acquired almost 300 new members in the EG community and anticipate many more in the months to come. When we learned that an opportunity could exist to place our name and branding on something tangible like the proposed bamboo jungle at the Mount Albert Community Center playground, it brought to light our intent behind all we have done thus far and what we continue to do, highlighting physical activity, family, and continued education are the major components behind all of our initiatives. This location could potentially be a hub for future Tiny Seedlings outdoor events with permitted use, incorporating local businesses and first responders, similar to that of which we currently do in Stouffville. In our minds, being not only a monetary donor towards something so community-oriented, but having an active role in engaging community is what we stand behind. Thank you for your consideration towards this exciting venture, and we look forward to our continued nurturing of relationships within the community of East Gwillimbury.
Thank you very much, Shannon. You've been wonderful to East Gwillimbury, and I know I, as well as members of council, hear from our community saying how much they do appreciate the work that you're doing with particularly our little ones, our young people. Well, nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there questions of Shannon and Darlene? I'm not seeing any. I have a resolution in front of me. Be it resolved that the presentation made to council regarding the Tiny Seedling sponsorship be received, and I'm going to say with thanks. We'll add that to it. You've really made a difference for us, and particularly in a really tough year. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to receive, of course, and with thanks, but I'd also like to authorize the partnership between CPRC and Tiny Seedlings to implement this project. I think that Tiny Seedlings have more than shown their incredible philanthropic efforts in our community, and they've already made a difference in a very short time. And I see no reason why we wouldn't want to continue to foster that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? So we'll just change that resolution to include, could you give me the, okay, we've got the wording coming right now. Be received with thanks, and that council authorize the partnership with CPRC and Tiny Seedlings to implement the bamboo jungle. I can't wait to see it. Councillor Roy DeClemente, will you move that? Thank you. And Councillor Crone, second that. Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much, ladies, and please go back and tell those that work with you behind the scenes how much East Gwillimbury appreciates your support in our community.
We'll do that with pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. We are at item number 5 with our Palmer Principal, the Planning Partnership, making a presentation to council entitled Land Needs Assessment and Official Plan Project Update. Looking forward to this. Are you there?
Oh, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I suggest that Marco Ramuno introduce Ron and for this presentation update?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. So as you know, Ron Palmer is our lead planning consultant from the Planning Partnership on our OP update, OP review update. He has a very strong consulting team behind him as well. And so Ron is here tonight. There's some material before you as well, a letter and a map that just shows the distribution of the future white belt area. So Ron's going to go through sort of really a project update, go through some of the work that's been done by their team today with respect to the land needs assessment related to the requirement for our future, our white belt to be brought in the current urban boundary over the next planning horizon. And he'll also provide an update with respect to our next steps regarding our public consultation and engagement moving forward. So, Madam Mayor, we can turn it over to Ron.
Thank you. Welcome, Ron.
Thank you, Marco. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council for listening to me tonight. I have a brief presentation that has a lot of information in it. So I'm going to go through it relatively quickly and be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'm also joined tonight by Josh McLeod from Enberry Lyon Consultants, and his firm has been primarily responsible for the land needs assessment, which is what we're having a conversation about tonight. Do I just ask for slides to move on?
Yes, Ron.
Yes.
Okay, move along to the next slide, please. Just a quick reminder, your official plan has served you well for about 10 years, and it is now time to do an update. The current plan goes to the year 2031, but the province and the region are now asking us to think about what East Gwillimbury will be like in 2051, which is quite a ways away, but that's what planning does, and we hope to deliver a new plan that provides the appropriate guidance. Next slide, please. We have undertaken this work in a number of phases. We're only in phase 2, and fundamentally what we've been working on is we did have a visioning workshop back in October. We've done an online survey. I met with each of you councillors one-on-one. And tonight we have this special meeting to present some of the key findings of the land needs assessment. As I mentioned, the land needs assessment is quite a significant document that looks at growth and growth management throughout East Gwillimbury and includes a whole host of methodological pieces that are leading to some key conclusions. We are a little bit behind our schedule. However, we do anticipate that we will be back to the community at the end of April, and then with another council presentation in May, where we will be presenting our background reports on a number of key topics that were identified through the community visioning session and our online survey. Phase 4, we expect to be working with staff throughout the summer and having what we call draft 2 of a brand new official plan in September. It's draft 2 because the first draft is the one we hammer out with staff, and the second draft becomes more widely available. We do have statutory public meeting requirements where we will go through a third draft and then hopefully be back to council for adoption in October of this year. Next slide, please. As I mentioned briefly, we did do a project-specific webpage. I did some interviews with all of you councillors. We did a community visioning workshop that was very widely attended. This spring, town staff are going to launch a chat with a planner opportunity. And some of the key things that I think are really important and we're focusing our background work on, in addition to the land needs assessment work, is establishing a vision and guiding principles that is based on what we heard from the community. And that talks a lot about complete communities and balancing growth. It talks about a housing strategy, including affordable housing, community design, sustainability, and climate change, as well as not forgetting about the agriculture and rural lands that proliferate here in East Gwillimbury. Next slide. It's always important to remember that we're not alone in this job. We do take our direction from the provincial government, the Planning Act, the Growth Plan, the Greenbelt Plan, the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan, and of course the provincial policy statement. Some of those documents are brand new and are not currently reflected in your official plan, and it is part of our job to make sure you are up to date. Also, the region is in the middle of their municipal comprehensive review, and that is where they talk about allocation of growth to the year 2051. And that will result in an official plan amendment at the regional level that will also be required to be up to date with all the most recent provincial planning directives. Next slide. The capacity analysis and land needs analysis really focuses on this part of the town, which is Queensville, Holland Landing, Green Lane, and Sharon. And what we've done here as a first step is identify all of the lands that are subject to potentially future development and put a land use pattern on it. The darker yellow is what we would call community lands, primarily residential, but with opportunities for retail and service commercial uses, and as well as educational facilities and so on. And the blue areas, which we consider employment lands, opportunities for economic development. This plan fundamentally builds out what is commonly known as the White Belt within East Gwillimbury. Mount Albert is not shown on this map. It does not have White Belt, and it has been planned to its boundaries, although there are still some opportunities for additional greenfield development to occur in Mount Albert. That has been considered as well in our growth management strategy. The White Belt lands constitute about 996 hectares, and that is White Belt less all of the identified natural heritage features. So those are a given for protection in this strategy. Next slide. This slide is interesting because we've assigned some assumptions, and a land needs assessment is filled with assumptions. We've created a map that identifies a land use pattern, and then we start applying new assumptions about density for both residential communities as well as the employment lands. And the numbers that we come to utilizing some assumptions that we got from the region leads us to the conclusion that East Gwillimbury has the potential to accommodate by 2051 approximately 135,000 people and about 55,000 jobs. That's a big number, and it's an important one to start thinking about comprehensive planning for East Gwillimbury. Some of the things like, go to the next slide, please. In our capacity analysis and land needs assessment are that certainly the market will support more development in East Gwillimbury and more intense forms of development in East Gwillimbury. We believe that those are market supported and will happen in the coming decades. As I said, part of our work was to look at the 2041 projection from the region and starting to think about the market arguments for the White Belt lands in East Gwillimbury for absorption into the 2051 planning horizon. Next slide, please. It's pretty clear to us that East Gwillimbury plays a really important role in York Region. Considering you're part of the north part of the region, certainly the south part has been getting a lot of attention for a focus for growth for quite a long time. It's now the northern part of the region's turn to start thinking about how you might intensify and build out over time. We have looked at the numbers used by the region, and we believe that there are opportunities for lots of lower intensity forms of development in York Region and in East Gwillimbury. And part of the desirability of East Gwillimbury is opportunities for additional house forms that may become more affordable as opposed to the southern parts of York Region, which are rapidly building out. Next slide. So our work, and fundamentally led by from Enberry Lyon Consultants, is that we have looked at the full build out of the White Belt to 2051 and measured that from a market perspective and have concluded that it is an appropriate built form that can be accommodated here. And we believe that planning for the full build out of the White Belt is really important from a comprehensive planning perspective, because it gives you the opportunity to understand what this agglomeration of communities will look like and how it will be serviced in the long term. Keeping in mind that White Belt is fundamentally not Green Belt and not Oak Ridges Moraine. So it is expected that it will build out at some point. And that's an important statement because you need to plan the road network, you need to plan for sewage treatment and water supply services for the long term. As I said, we believe that East Gwillimbury has the potential to accommodate 135,000 residents and 55,000 jobs. Next slide, please. Now, some of you may be aware that the region recently as last week, released their preliminary work for proposed growth forecasts to 2051. And what they have done at this point is they've assigned a population of just over 105,000 people and 37,400 jobs to East Gwillimbury to 2051. The land area that is absorbed based on all of their assumptions is really only about 25% of the available White Belt lands within East Gwillimbury. They have raised a number of times in their presentations and in their report that servicing capacity is a real fundamental problem here in East Gwillimbury. However, the servicing issue is regardless of any additional growth. So the servicing issue is still with us if we only grow to the numbers that they've assigned to you. So we're having a hard time understanding the rationale for limited growth and the density and other assumptions that have been included in their report, which seems to value the growth potential and the growth opportunity here in East Gwillimbury. We do recognize that there is major infrastructure that needs to come to support growth. And it would be our opinion that part of the way to resolve the servicing issue and to pay for significant infrastructure upgrades is to do comprehensive planning based on the appropriate build-out opportunity that is presented in the White Belt throughout East Gwillimbury. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can, and I do have, as I mentioned, Josh McLeod here to help me with any of the really hard questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palmer. That's always gets the creative juices flowing when you start to think about 2051, and we're partway through, we think, but I think there's a lot of exciting time yet to come. The best is yet to come to us, I think. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. I had a couple. I think I'll probably start with just a point of clarification. Our prior OP that took us to 2041 said that we required, I think it was 223 hectares of our White Belt lands or what have you. are we suggesting that we now need an additional 245, or do we really only need another 22 to take us to 2051? So how are we bridging that gap? I think that's where I'll start, please, and thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll start, and Josh, you can jump in and help me out here. The region had made a proposal for growth to 2041, and they're not fundamentally changing the land area that would be required for 2051. They've dramatically, I would say, reduced the potential of East Gwillimbury based on their assumptions and their rationale. Is that fair, Josh, or do you have anything to add to that?
I would say that that's fair. They've essentially allocated the same amount of growth to East Gwillimbury as they previously had to 2041 under the previous MCR. So the incremental increase in required white belt land is minimal relative to what Ron and I certainly think could be done here over that growth horizon.
Okay, so my understanding is correct then. They're basically taking us from 223 to 245 to 2051. So it's just a modest amount. So what I'm hearing from you, just if I could synthesize it, is that while the region has only suggested that we need 245 hectares, you're suggesting that we should plan for all 996 hectares of our white belts. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we begin our work with a council resolution to consider the entire white belt and what the implications of that are. We do believe there are significant benefits to doing long-term planning for both from a land use perspective as well as a municipal infrastructure perspective. So at the end of the day, we believe that there is some very positive reasons that you should do that.
Thank you. I did know that was part of your rationale, and I think we need to have some really good speaking notes when we're addressing this matter with the region and with other levels of government to say, while the projection for our population targets say that we may only need about a quarter of what's available to us, we really need to be in the driver's seat in deciding where that infrastructure goes, and so that what we're doing is we're planning for our entire community and not piecemeal, and not seeing one section go here and one section go here without any creation of links or something that makes sense, I guess, is what it comes down to, is we want to make sure that we're planning for the entire community and that those linkages between the villages of Holland Landing, Queensville, Sharon, and so on are meaningful and not just a patchwork of subdivisions that don't connect, I guess, is really what you're trying to say to us.
I think you've hit the nail right on the head.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to need, whether it's you or some other folks, we're going to need some of those speaking notes, something really pithy and coherent to say, we need to be in the driver's seat here. I did want to have one more question, if I may, Madam Mayor. I wanted to talk about the employment targets. If I recall correctly, and maybe I'm mistaken, our prior OP had a target of 1 job for every 2 people. And these numbers that I'm seeing before us are now, so that's about a 50% ratio, and we're now looking at a ratio of about 41%. Is there a rationale for dropping those employment targets in your expertise, or am I mistaken?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and again, I'm going to ask for Josh's help on this. The ratio of 1 job for every 2 people is actually something that came from the province, and it's an overarching objective, probably applied region-wide. The number is a little bit below that because of different assumptions made about density of the employment areas, because the employment areas were not achieving. I'm going back to 2005. They were anticipating employment areas to achieve 50 jobs per hectare, and they simply are not achieving that number. So we're a little bit below that objective, and it could be an aspirational objective. and still has validity. But we also have to remember that East Gwillimbury doesn't stop its evolution in 2051. There's still a life well after 2051. Josh, anything to add to that?
I don't have much to add to that. As Ron said, it really comes down to the density of those employment lands and the types of employment that East Gwillimbury is likely to attract. It's not necessarily a market where you're going to get significant major office investment, which is a higher density employment type. So that sort of impacts that ratio of persons to jobs. But as Ron said, the town will continue to evolve, and it could eventually get to a number that's one job for every two people. I believe that's a region-wide target, right?
Well, I'm sorry for asking all the tough questions since you have to, since you keep referring to Josh. For me, if the employment targets are aspirational and they're set by the province, I'm really keen to make sure that we also retain that spirit of, the dare to dream, I guess is the best way of putting it. We are adamant that we do not want to be just another bedroom community for the GTA. And Josh, I will arm wrestle you if you want to suggest that we cannot attract prestige office applications here in East Gwillimbury. We have a 400 series highway with great access to transit, and we've got another 400 series highway that's being proposed for our northern borders. I think that we do have a really good value proposition, and I don't want to see us erode our employment targets whatsoever. So I'll provide you with that feedback if I may. And that
sure,
wraps it up, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
And if I can just respond to that, I certainly think that it's something that East Gwillimbury should aspire to attract. And when opportunities, to bring prestige office, major office in arise, it's certainly something that the town should embrace. We just know from our work that, from an economics of development perspective, offices are really challenging use outside of certain nodes throughout the GTA, where there's sort of existing clusters of office. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility that type of use is going to come to East Gwillimbury. And as you said, a lot of these employment areas are along the highway system. You're getting the connection between the 400 and 404. There are going to be good opportunities for that. It's just not going to be the major driver of the build out of some of these employment areas.
Okay, Councillor Crothers, and then Councillor Foster, and then Councillor Crone. Go ahead.
Thank you. And just taking off on that, I think we might see major change in the utilization of office buildings, and there might be a lot of excess office building capacity in the coming years as more people are looking at working from home. But that said, I think that the employment targets will change post-COVID as the population changes where they choose to work. So I'm fine with a lower target. I don't want us to be a bedroom community, but I think if we have, was it 42%? You said, I think that still is very viable. I have to disagree with the mayor. I don't find this exciting at all. I think that it's important that we look at long-term planning, but I personally don't believe that long-term planning means planning every space to be built on. I think part of long-term planning is, what do you want this to look like? Is this going to be urban sprawl from one edge of our town to the other? Or are we looking at having green barriers between each of our smaller towns to give that sense of there's a Holland Landing, there's a Queensville, there's a Sharon, there's a Mount Albert. So I would like us to not plan to the last house in last open space here, but to instead be looking at what do we do to retain the feel of East Gwillimbury to 2051? Well, how do we accomplish that? What is our vision? Because my vision for East Gwillimbury is not wall-to-wall houses and employment. That what is in this presentation is not my vision of East Gwillimbury. And the residents I've spoken with, this is not their vision. I understand about our targets, but when we're truly talking about visioning, my vision is not that we plan out every single hectare of East Gwillimbury. I understand about the infrastructure. There is a need to be planning for that, but I think at the same time we could be looking at our land use, of looking at what areas do we want to protect, where do we want boundaries between each of our smaller communities, so that you go through some green space before hitting the next one. And to me, those are the discussions I want to be having. I can't imagine us getting that big, yeah, I'm not really sure how we get our vision onto this with the targets that we have from the region. How do we do what our residents are asking us to do, which is to retain some of the feel of East Gwillimbury?
Do you have an answer, Ron?
I was thinking very carefully about what the question was, and I'm going to take a shot at it this way. And it's, if you don't consider the opportunity of the white belt, then I think you may lose control over the ability to plan for it. Because my concern for East Gwillimbury is if you say, okay, we're going to just retain the white belt, it's not going to change. Well, there are landowners there who may not agree with that approach, and they may have, they will have the opportunity to make application. And my concern is that will be incremental applications. And I know that the provincial policies allow 40 hectare applications. So think of 40 of them or 30 of them. And then you kind of lose control over the ability to do comprehensive planning from a land use side and from the infrastructure side. If the vision is to create an urban structure that provides some kind of differentiation among the three communities, then this is the time to think about what that looks like. And that is part of the comprehensive plan. So I think we have to look at this pragmatically in terms of where you are in your evolution, that the white belt is an opportunity. And what we want to do is plan for it in a way that is comprehensive and that does achieve what the shared vision of the community is.
Thank you, and I agree, and I think I've come to terms with the reason why we need to plan for the white belts. But I think my question is, are the only two choices on the table that we're changing the white belts to either residential or employment, or do we have an opportunity to have a vision for our community that includes buffers between our communities, which is something that residents had spoken to in some of our outreach to them. Is this our only choice? Is what we're seeing here, that it's either designate it employment or you designate residential, or you're taken to the OMB? Is that all our choices, or do we have a choice to say, here's our vision for the community, and it includes, for instance, breaks between the community? I want to know what we have to choose from. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what we're all going to agree on, but I just want to know what's on the table. Like, what do we say yes to what you have or get taken to the OMB, or is there somewhere in between?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to change the title on the map from residential lands to what I called it in the presentation, which is community lands. Community lands provide opportunities for not only the residential element, but for the parks and open space system, the location of schools, and in fact, the location of nodes for retail and service commercial uses that go along with that. So I don't know where we're going to end up in terms of what the vision for all of those yellow lands are, but this is the time to have that conversation.
Okay, and so I just want to be really clear here. So if we want to have, and again, I'm just saying, if we wanted to have a green barrier between our communities, that would not be something we'd be able to plan, because the landowners have rights to build on there, and they would take a COMB. We're going to need to have this all as community use, which would be houses or schools or a small number of parks. It's not going to be a green barrier between the communities. I'm just trying to understand,
Madam Mayor, I'm not understanding what a green barrier means. From your perspective, you and I might have a different opinion, as would every single person on this call and potentially every single person in East Gwillimbury.
Yeah.
So I don't want to predetermine what that outcome is today, but if we're looking for physical separators among the communities, we would have to discuss what that might be and how it might be achieved.
Okay. So I think it's a deeper conversation I'm looking at. I'm looking for what are our options when we're planning. And right now I'm just seeing 3 options. We leave it as white belt, we designate it some employment, or we designate it community use. And I'm just wondering if there's anything outside of those 3. But that maybe is a conversation we need to take offline. And I appreciate you trying to answer my questions. And I think my questions are just a little bit deeper than what maybe the intention of the meeting is today. So I will reserve my questions for another time. Thank you.
Mr. Webster, did you have a comment?
I did, Madam Mayor. We do have that growth management workshop coming up. These are very important matters. We have to take a step back and realize we are 70% protected green. It's how that other 30% happens and how we make sure we do our best job we can. So I think tonight we just wanted to bring this forward. There was a little bit of a disconnect between us and the region at this point. There's always time for consultation. There's always time for doing things better. And hopefully this can be referred to our growth management workshop for further discussion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Crone, then Councillor Persicini. Go ahead, please.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. And I'm sure that Councillor Carruthers and I weren't the only 2 that have had conversations about the green space and the as Councillor Carruthers called it, the buffer between communities. I think probably the best way to describe that, and again, we don't want to get in too deep tonight, but I think the way I see it is we would love the opportunity for our people to know that even though they are in East Gwillimbury, they are kind of entering the community of Queensville or entering the community of Holland Landing, and that will be definitely tough for us to do on a planning stage. But anyway, having said that, I had a phone call from a resident who obviously had a look at the agenda and had a look at this presentation, and quite frankly said to me, with the sewage solution being very much up in the air, 2051 is 30 years out. We could be looking at 10 or 15 years of unknown with sewage capacity. And basically wondered what we were doing, spending a pile of money on trying to plan when we didn't have much of a clue as to where we were going. I tried to stress the importance of long-range planning so that we did not piecemeal our communities together. And I'm just wondering if there's a comment either from Ron, yourself, or Josh, or maybe even Marco. Did I go the right way with trying to kind of describe what we were doing? Thanks.
I'm through you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to let Marco take a shot at this one first because he's sitting down there just nicely.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. No, Councillor Foster. No, I think you nailed that one. It's true, as Ron mentioned earlier on. I mean, this is the time. It is a long planning horizon, but now is the time to do that comprehensive planning because we've got to deal with connecting these communities. And if you look at a map now, we do have three communities now that really aren't connected, but there are plans for roads into these communities. So I think we want to continue on with that comprehensive plan, make sure that we connect these communities. So I think you were accurate with your response. And just to Councillor Carruthers' point, I think it is important moving forward to deal with sort of the what these communities are going to look like and whether that we can incorporate some buffers. And I know it's tough to tell on some of the existing maps, but there is apart from the 70% of our land mass that's already protected, the urban area, there's already some pretty significant natural features and valley lands that fragment some of these communities. So there's a pretty good base there, but we get your good point. Moving forward, we can turn our minds to how we can connect these communities, but also provide some sort of, if possible, and there may be to some extent, buffers and some type of areas, whether we call it green spaces, greenways, etc. It's something that we've taken a note of.
Thank you. And if I can just take it one step further, I think at this point, Councillor Carruthers and I might be happy with a statement that sounds something like some well-planned green space that ends up within our white belt might make us happy. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff and my colleagues on council. Councillor Foster just stole my question. That was my moment to sound brilliant, but everyone's going to have to realize that I'm not brilliant now. I know our population, our growth figures are given to us by the region, and the region gets it from the province, and so those are given to us. And that we're mandated to do this review every 10 years we need to do a review of our official plan. But I'm frustrated in that, we're going through this exercise, we're spending money, and yet there's a huge question mark around our sewage, treatment facilities. Upper York is, a big question mark there. Is there an alternative to that if that doesn't pan out? And I know it's important to plan because you never know what might happen, but is there something else that we should be doing as a council to address this frustration that we have? I think collectively we all have. Is there something else that we could be doing? And maybe Ron, it's not fair to ask you. Maybe Marco, you're the better one, or I say to my colleagues on council who've been around a little longer than I have. This is a frustrating exercise that we're going through where, we're planning for the future of the community, but we don't have all the tools in which to achieve it. So is there something differently that we should be doing throughout this process? I know that's a big what-if question to throw out there, but I'm trying to express my frustration here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is frustrating because my understanding is that a solution is required to build out the already approved developments in East Gwillimbury. Then the region has given you additional growth that would require the solution as well. So when is the solution coming? That's the big question, and why, if you're going to have to invest in a significant solution, which it apparently the solution would be a very significant investment. There's two questions: do you make it smaller and then have to expand it in 10 years, or do you make the bigger investment, understand where the development charge money is going to come from to pay for it, and do it comprehensively and phase development so that it happens in a reasonable manner? It is frustrating because everyone knows that the solution is necessary to even get to what they're talking about now. So I don't know, Marco, if you want to add to anything to that, but it's difficult.
Yeah, no, that's thanks, Ron. No, it's true. I agree with Ron and Council. If you recall, some of the reports that over the past couple of years that we and senior management put in front of Council dealing with this future urban expansion area, right? We had set out sort of the principles that now was, and we knew at that time that obviously servicing solution was still up in the air. And you're right, we're all frustrated. We need that solution even to deal with our existing urban area, but now is the time to do that comprehensive planning. So where the town is in the driver's seat, so we can plan for our communities, as opposed to if we don't, as Ron mentioned, you know, we're going to be dealing with these individual sort of private applications and perhaps the appeals at the LPAT. So, and I think Ron made a great point there that now's the time to plan for the balance of our White Belt area. So, you know, things we know, the YDSS is, or the Upper York is size for the entire White Belt. It may need a couple of expansions, but that's been documented by the region. But now's the time to have that housing supply. That way we do have a competitive housing supply. And I think the work that Ron and Barry have done has demonstrated that I think we have the potential in EG over time. And again, we'll deal with the individual secondary plans that provide the detailed planning for various blocks and phasing and sequencing of development. But let's establish sort of the areas that we want to see as residential, commercial, the key employment areas, and then obviously the community design components that Councillor Lorelei Carruthers, mentioned with respect to, you know, any buffering around some of these communities and some of those trail connections and all those other sort of services that we need to plan for as well.
Okay, thank you. And just the last comment that I would make, I think Councillor Foster and Carruthers talked about the desire for a buffer between the communities. Well, I can tell you, my community of Mount Albert, we've been doing that for a while. It's called the Green Belt, but I'll tell you though, it's be careful. It's a double-edged sword because while yes, it does create a delineation between the communities, sometimes it can create an alienation between the communities. And, you know, sometimes Mount Albert feels like the Alaska of East Gwillimbury. So you want to be mindful about how you go about establishing your buffers. Thank you. That's it for me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini.
I had to unmute myself. This is a very complex situation we're in, looking at 2050. Do you have any idea what the costs involved in all this that we plan so far ahead, which we haven't got the services, we haven't got all the, which I agree with all our colleagues here this evening, that we're investing, how much money we're investing to get all this done. Nobody's mentioned that. And the biggest concern also people are worried about is the traffic flow and how we're going to manage like they do in some of the bigger cities. That the only people that go on the inside the city is the people who live there, and they try to keep everybody outside. And the traffic is what also another big thing. We can plan all this, but anyway, there's so many answers to these questions. I know we're going to have a workshop, and we're going to probably deal with a lot of this stuff, Mr. Webster, and I'm hoping we get some answers then. Thank you.
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Persicini brings up some great points about dollars and investment, and we've had a good discussion tonight. We do have the workshop coming up. What I can tell you is that York Region has spent over $100 million on a sewage solution that's been waiting for 6 years to get provincial approval from the same province that is granting us the designated places to grow center. So that's the unfortunate part of it all. And we're not going to solve it tonight, but maybe at the workshop we'll move things further along. And there's so many different angles here. Ron's done a great job with his team. We have environmental considerations, we have community building considerations, we have financial considerations. There's a lot of different elements going on. So we'll do our best job we can in April to have that workshop and hopefully get some good direction. And Councillor Crone actually brought up a good point, or maybe we could try doing something different. And not sure what that might look like, but maybe there is something different we could do to attract some attention. So that's where I would leave it tonight. We were anticipating tonight that both with the environmental committee presentations and with this one, there were large items that we were going to need a lot of further discussion on. We have designated workshop days for them, and that's how I'll sign off at this point, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Ron and Josh. More questions than answers at this point, and I think that's part of what your job is all about, is posing the questions and then trying to find those answers. So thank you very much. You've got all the creative juices flowing here for sure. This is just the beginning of a good discussion, not the end by any means. So thank you very much. We have a resolution in front of us. And I'm just, I'll read it out. Be it resolved that the presentation made to council entitled Land Needs Assessment and Official Plan Project Update be received, and that the correspondence from R. Palmer dated March 16th, 2021 regarding the Growth Management Regional Municipal Comprehensive Review be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That completes the reports that I have. I'm assuming there are no others. I will move to item F on the agenda, deputations, and there are no deputations at this time. And I will move to item G, and this is regarding our statutory public meeting. And I have some comments to make at the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, this portion of the council meeting is a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. The purpose of the public meeting is to inform the public and obtain public input on planning applications received by the town prior to a full technical analysis being conducted by our staff. No decision to approve or refuse an application will be made here tonight. There will be presentations from both town planning staff and the applicants on the development applications. Following these presentations, members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the proposals. Submissions can also be made in writing. I will then ask either staff or the applicant to answer questions related to the applications. Once we have heard from members of the public, I will ask members of council if they have any questions or comments. Your participation today is welcome, and by hearing all comments, we enable the making of informed decision. It should be noted that a comprehensive report will be prepared by staff and presented to a future council meeting assessing the merits of the application before us and providing council with recommendations on whether the proposal should be approved, modified, or reduced. Under the Planning Act, the applicant or resident have a right to appeal any decision of council on a planning application to the local planning appeal tribunal, but you must verbally express any comments or concerns here today or submit any comments or concerns in writing to the town before the plan is adopted or by law passed. The tribunal may dismiss all or part of an appeal made in respect of an application. The public meeting is being audio and video recorded for storing and broadcasting on the internet. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information being collected and maintained for the purpose of sending correspondence relating to matters before council and creating a record that is available to the public in hard copy format and on the internet in an electronic format pursuant to Section 27 of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Questions about the collection of personal information should be directed to our town clerk, and I will now ask the General Manager of Development Services to begin with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I turn it over to our presenters, I just wanted to provide some comments. I think Council has received 2 letters over the past couple of days from adjacent landowners within the Green Lane Secondary Plan, commenting on this application, this public meeting before council this evening. And and I just received a third letter as well. You received a letter from the DG Group, a second one from Huntington Wood Property, and a third one I received. It wasn't copied to council, but I'll send it to council from the Redwood Properties at Yonge Street north of Green Lane. The theme of those three letters are all pretty similar. I mean, you know, their one concern is they're concerned that this application is, you know, in the queue, and maybe council may be allocating servicing capacity, which is very limited, as we all know, to this application. I've spoken to all three property owners over the last couple of days. They don't have a concern with, you know, obviously the commercial component proceeding, but they do understand, or I made it clear to them, that this is public planning meeting. You know, there's still some work to be done, and before we come back with a final report on this application, we are preparing, the SMT group is preparing an update to our servicing allocation policy to council for consideration, where we're going to outline some criteria with respect to how to distribute, you know, at council's discretion, the remaining approximately 1,000 units worth of sanitary servicing capacity that we have. So I just wanted to advise council of that. Again, they're not as much interested in the commercial aspect of the proposals, but it's really just the equitable distribution of the remaining servicing capacity. So, Madam Mayor, at this point, we have our planner, Rena Zhu. I think this will be her first time before council. She'll provide an overview of the applications, the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application. And after Rena's completed, the applicant has their consultant team here, and I believe Matthew Corey has some remarks to make first, and then he's going to turn it over to Jack Wong, who will provide a presentation related to the details of the proposal before council this evening.
Thank you.
Rena?
Thanks, Marco. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Rena, and I'm the planner working on this file at the town. I will be providing a brief overview of the subject property, the proposed development, and status of the subject planning applications. Moving on to the next slide, I will begin with the site information. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of Green Lane East and 2nd Concession Road, which are regional roads. The subject property is mostly vacant. On the map, you can see the subject lands are shown in red outline, with the approximate location of the heritage building highlighted in yellow. The subject property is also located diagonally across from the East Gwillimbury GO station. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located within the Green Lane Secondary Plan and is designated a mix of residential designations, ranging from low to medium density residential areas, residential mixed use, and environmental protection area within the town's official plan. Next slide, please. A portion of the subject property is located in a major local center, which is outlined in blue on the map. Major local centers are intended to promote higher density mixed use, including office development to support transit and GO station infrastructure. Next slide, please. Low density residential areas mainly consist of single and semi-detached dwellings and townhouses, while medium density residential areas take on the form of townhouses and low-rise apartments. The environmental protection area designation, which is shown in green on the map, is located on the western portion of the property as well as the majority of the northern portion of the property, which provides buffers to the properties to the north and the west. Next slide, please. A portion of the subject property that fronts onto Green Lane East is located within a regional corridor, which is highlighted in purple on the map. And the portion of the subject property that fronts onto 2nd Concession Road is within a local corridor, which is highlighted in orange. Regional corridors allow a maximum height of 12 stories, and local corridors allow for a maximum height of 4 stories. The intersection of 2nd Concession Road and Green Lane East, which is identified as a major local center, allows for a maximum height of 20 stories, transitioning downwards to heights of 4 to 6 stories along 2nd Concession Road and Green Lane East. Next slide, please. As you can see on the map, the subject property is zoned rural and environmental protection within the town zoning bylaw. The rural zone permits a wide range of agricultural and agricultural-related uses, and the EP zone is intended for preservation uses. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed draft plan of subdivision, which encompasses the entire property and is proposed to be developed in multiple phases. The first phase, which is highlighted in blue, consists of a mixed-use block, townhouses, an apartment block, and a stormwater management block. The applicant will go into more details regarding the breakdown of the units and uses. Next slide, please. Future phases, which are highlighted in blue, consist of the remainder of the land, which includes low to medium density development and high density development along Green Lane East. Again, the applicant will provide more information on what is proposed in their presentation. Next slide, please. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to implement the proposed draft plan with holding provisions across the property until servicing allocation has been identified and allocated by council. Next slide, please. So the applications are reviewed by internal departments and external agencies, and planning staff identified the following matters to be addressed before a final report is prepared for council's consideration. So what we're looking at is consistency and conformity with provincial, regional, and local planning policies. We're also reviewing for the appropriateness and compatibility of the proposed development, reviewing for any other zoning provision deficiencies, analyzing for any traffic impacts, evaluating environmental boundaries on the site, working on the relocation of the existing heritage designated building, as well as reviewing urban design guidelines. Next slide, please. So at the time of writing the report and presentation, the town did not receive public comments, but to date, planning staff have received 3 letters from neighboring landowners regarding these applications, which Marco did touch upon. The comments received are related to the application's conformity to the Green Lane Secondary Plan and the town's official plan policies with regards to the community design plan, questions related to the breakdown of units and densities, location and function of the stormwater management block, and location of the park block, questions related to servicing allocation, comments regarding the cost sharing agreement, as well as consultation. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff will continue the technical review of these subject applications, including discussions from today's public planning meeting. A comprehensive report with recommendations for the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment will be presented at a future council meeting. And the applicant will also submit formal site plan applications for phase 1 of the proposed development and future development blocks in the future for council's consideration. Next slide, please. So if anyone has any questions or would like to be notified in the future for information related to these applications, please feel free to contact me with the information provided on this final slide. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions at this time? We'll move along to the presentation from the applicant or the applicant's agent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Madam Mayor and Council, and to all the public, I hope, that are watching and listening. It's an absolute pleasure to be here before you tonight presenting this application. Thank you, Ms. Zhu, for a very excellent summary. I think you may cut down some of our presentation time with the detail you provided. I just want to say a quick introduction before I hand it off to my very capable and more adept colleague in this, Jack Wong. We're very fortunate to have this client who's working on these lands, and I say that because Wellland Land Development is also the owner of Foodie Mart, and this is a very prominent Chinese supermarket chain that they want to bring to East Gwillimbury on this site. And I think one of the biggest priorities that I recall, even from the time I helped the town doing some of their work, and certainly being a big fan of East Gwillimbury and always wanting to see the development advance the way it's been planned, is the need to get both activity and shopping opportunities as well as jobs going, especially in the Green Lane corridor and especially next to a major transit station area like the GO station. And what is before you tonight for consideration is definitely trying to do that, especially in the first phase. There's always an ask to go along with that for approval and for some allocation, as the case may be, for the phase one to be viable. And that is always up to council. That being said, we're very happy to be here tonight and think that the first phase of this application can really deliver a real added benefit to the community and be a real catalyst for getting the Green Lane secondary plan corridor going, especially in this very prominent and important location. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jack. Jack, please, if we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, and for those who are watching the live stream tonight. As Matthew mentioned, my name is Jack Wong. I'm a land use planner with Malone Giffen Parsons. My pleasure here tonight to present you the development proposal from Wellland Land Developments, Inc. They are the owner of 574 Green Lane East, which is the slide that you see in front of you. Just going to touch up on some of the site characteristics as Rena, if I may, has provided a very good summary in terms of the site context and the various planning policy context. So the site is located at the northwest corner of Green Lane and Second Concession. The size is roughly 40 hectares, equivalent of 98 acres. There is a heritage house on the property, which currently fronting onto Green Lane, which have driveway access currently connecting to Green Lane as well. And the property is approximately 300 meters west of Second Concession. And I would like to quickly highlight that we are working with Sharon Temple Society and the representatives on the relocation project of this heritage house from the subject site to the Sharon Temple land right beside the town hall. And that relocation project will be subject to a future site plan application, which is a separate process relative to the proposal in front of you tonight. Next slide, please. Given Rena had provided a great summary of the policy context relative to the subject site, I'm going to go ahead and skip through this policy section. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just a quick status update in terms of where we are in the process. The application has been submitted since September 2020, and since then it has been circulated to various agencies and departments for review. We have now received all the technical comments, and Wellland will be continuing to work with staff on and various agencies to address these technical comments, including those public comments that we will be receiving tonight. And certainly there will be a submission prepared shortly after the public meeting tonight, and in working with staff in advancing this application forward. Next slide, please. What you see in this slide is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. I will start off by talking about a little bit of the site context overall. This property, as Rena mentioned, is located within the Green Lane secondary plan area. The site itself is surrounded by two major arterial roads, which are also the regional roads, namely Second Concession Road and Green Lane to the south and Second Concession to the east. This subject site is also separated by a large NHS system entirely from the west property limit, as you can see on this plan, as well as majority of the north limits along the north property line. There are limited connectivity to the surrounding land in certain context, which I'll get into a little bit in the presentation. And from a transportation perspective, internal to the subdivision, there is a street A which you see on this plan running east-west. It will be the major spine road internal to this subdivision that we proposed before you, not only from a transportation standpoint, which will be facilitating and servicing the transportation needs and traffic in this area. It's also a spine servicing road in terms of our servicing infrastructure. We are proposing two access points from Street A. One access will be on the south side of the property connecting to Green Lane, and then through the second phase, which is in the blue, going through the first phase and ultimately connecting to a Second Concession on the east. This access point, I would like to also highlight that it will be further reviewed with the region, given they are the regional right-of-way, and we will be finalizing and worked out all the details in terms of intersection design and geometry of those intersections to the standard of the region and the municipality. Another access point which is delineated currently on the Green Lane secondary plan is the north-south minor collector row, which in this plan represented by Street B coming off Green Lane, going east on Street A, and then heading north on Street C, which will ultimately connect to the future collector road that you see just straddle outside of the property on the north side of the plan. This minor collector, however, will not be connecting further north. As per the secondary plan schedule, it will basically terminate at that particular intersection. In terms of servicing strategy, there are 2 swim ponds that are being proposed within this subdivision, and there are one which in each phase of the development. And I would say that the development scheme and the strategy proposed has been reviewed and designed by our civil engineer in accordance with the approved MESP document that was approved as part of the secondary plan back in 2018. As you see the swim pond at the northeast corner within the phase 1 portion, not only this swim facility will be servicing the storm drainage area for the phase 1, it also catches some of the additional drainage area outside of our property, which is on the north side of the collector. This pond will be designed and sized to accommodate that standard and the additional drainage area as per the MESP. Similarly, the other swim pond on the other side within the phase 2 portion, which is right against the NHS system along the north end, by the end of that crescent row, it will primarily servicing the storm drainage for the phase 2 portion of the land. I would also like to highlight that based on the MESP review, a lot of the properties in the surrounding areas will have their own storm facilities. And fortunately, a lot of these land, when it comes to development, it will not depend on each other, whereas they will have their on-site facility as per the approved MESP when they go forward with their development application. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed building type. And certainly there are 2 phases, as you see in this subdivision plan. Within phase 1 of the development, it consists of 9 townhouse units, a single-story supermarket, a 4-story office, and another 4-story parking above grade structure, as well as a 1-story retail building. And certainly the swim pond that I've alluded to earlier, and an apartment building block just south of it within the phase 1. These building schematic, which I will get into a little bit more details in the later part of my presentation. In terms of the phase 2 development, the overall unit will be able to achieve based on this proposed subdivision plan will yield 260 units. Of those 260, 102 will be single detached homes, as well as 158 townhouses. Once again, beside the swim facility that I've alluded to earlier in the phase 2, there will be a large NHS block, which we are intended to preserve and protect and ultimately convey to the public body, as well as the elementary school block and a park, which is located just outside of phase 1. Certainly, last but not least, there will be a future high-density apartment block right at the southeast corner of the subject property, which is that long linear piece you see labeled as Block 154, and that will also be developed as part of the future phase 2 lands. So in summary, we certainly have heard a lot of the comments and comments made in the last presentation by Mr. Palmer relative to servicing constraint that we all know about in the East Gwillimbury area. It is not our intent to develop the phase 2 portion in the immediate future, understanding the servicing constraint. And we also expect there will be a whole provision being implemented on the phase 2 portion through our storming applications until such time that servicing allocation become available, which also understand contingent on the Upper York improvements. However, we are intended to develop the phase 1 portion in the immediate future upon council approval, and we're certainly seeking for allocation capacity within the entirety of the phase 1. And we strongly believe that the residential portion within the phase 1 is critically important to be able to support the longevity of those proposed retail and commercial uses within the mixed-use block. Not only will generate the population to sustain those local businesses, especially in this difficult pandemic period, but also allow the people to be able to live, work, and shop within the same community. So next slide, please. Here's just a quick overview of the density we'll be able to achieve through the proposed subdivision plan. I know there's a lot of numbers and data in here, but if I may start with the table on the left-hand side and draw your attention to the bottom number. In the ultimate situation, when this subdivision plan get built out in the fullness of time, we will be able to achieve a 60 unit per hectare in terms of a density. And currently in the Green Lane secondary plan, the minimum density target in the policy requirement is 20 units per hectare. So we're definitely meeting and exceeding that minimum density requirement. And similarly, the table on your right-hand side is the density that we'll be able to achieve, once again, based on the ultimate scenario in terms of people and jobs that we'll be able to generate. We are able to achieve 142 people and jobs, whereas the Green Lane secondary plan will require minimum density of 70. So once again, we are able to achieve above and beyond those minimum density targets. Next slide, please. The town of East Gwillimbury has two major transit station area, which is also known as the MTSA. It's an area where the region of York delineated in consultation with the municipalities. One of these MTSA is located at Yonge and Green Lane, which is close to the rapid transit station. And the other one obviously is located in Second Concession and Green Lane in close proximity to the East Gwillimbury GO station. The subject site, as you can see on the image to the left, a portion of the property is located within this MTSA area. And certainly there is a higher minimum density target requirement from an MTSA perspective. And based on our current density analysis, again, in the ultimate scenario, when this property gets fully developed, we will be able to achieve a density of 262 people and jobs. And I would like to also highlight that from the provincial policy perspective, the minimum density target for any MTSA area relatively to the GO station will be 150. And then through the regional exercise, they actually had planted a higher density target of 200 people and jobs. And once again, the overall density proposal before you will be able to achieve those minimum density targets. Next slide, please. Now that we have a general understanding in terms of the overall context, I'd like to shift the focus a little bit on the phase one portion of the development. As Matthew mentioned earlier, Wellland Development, by background, they are the owner and operator of an Asian supermarket chain with various locations across the city, primarily in the city of Toronto. So I'll start off by talking about the grocery store, which is the green building on the left hand side of the conceptual site plan. The proposed building will yield approximately 52,000 square feet. And based on this size of the facility, they will be able to generate about 120 jobs at any given time, including both full-time and part-time, in addition to the retail and office jobs that we'll be able to generate from the proposed development. Moving on to the left-hand side, in the yellow building, is the single-story retail building. This building is envisioned to have just over 14,000 square feet. And certainly we'll be able to accommodate different various type of retail users. And at this point, I think there has been some thinking in terms of attracting a daycare facility, banks, restaurants, and other type of retail users. And across on the other side within this block, the building in the red is the proposed four-story building. And certainly it's a great place to have an office building. In some of our early discussion with the town, there has been some strong demand of medical offices looking in this part of the municipality. And certainly part of this proposal, we are proposing this four-story building with some extent of ground floor retail, which will be primarily servicing those office users. And this building will be approximately just over 58,000 square feet overall. Moving on to the north side in the blue is the above grade parking structure. It's a four-story parking structure, which is able to provide 184 parking spaces, in addition to all the other surface parking that you see on this conceptual site plan. Moving to the other side, to the north side of this block, on the north side of Street A, we have the proposed traditional townhouses, which is represented by the purple, as well as the apartment block behind it. There is a 4 to 6 story structure within this apartment. The 4-story structure at this point, again, is still at a very conceptual stage because it was still subject to a set plan application further down the road. This four-story structure, the client is envisioning some sort of a four-story stacked townhouse product, which will be connected to the six-story apartment buildings on the east side of the plan. And from this apartment block, we're able to generate approximately 139 units overall, and will be accommodated with the 3 levels of above-grade parking. So including this apartment block and the mixed-use block just above it, as you see, with a mixture of different retail and commercial uses, these blocks obviously will be subject to a future site plan application where we'll be working through all the detail, the design details with staff. Next slide, please. So this is a quick bird's eye view of what the phase 1 would look like. I'm going to start off with the building to your right-hand side, which is the six-story portion. Coming down to the left is the connected 4-story stacked townhouses, and just to the west of it is the townhouses, the traditional 3-story townhouses. Certainly, moving down to the midsection of this image here is the single-story supermarket. To the left of it will be the single-story retail building, and coming back closer to the bottom of the image will be the 4-story office building and the parking structure right beside it. Next slide, please. This following section would just demonstrate with the conceptual elevation at this point. Once again, these are still very conceptual at this point in time, and certainly we'll be working with staff and we'll bring forward the site plan application to details all the designs, criteria, and the rest of it. Just showing the different elevations for the street townhouses here on this slide. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is a typical floor plan. Again, still very conceptual for the 6-story apartment building. The purple portion is the 6-story apartment, and the yellow, which is the connector portion, is the 4-story stacked townhouses that I've alluded to earlier. And certainly the above-grade parking that will be servicing the future units of these apartment block. Next slide, please. This is the elevations of the 6-story building. Starting from the top, that will be the east elevation looking from second concession. And then at the bottom, that is the south elevation looking from Street A or from the Green Lane direction. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the north and the west elevations of the same 6-story apartment buildings. Next slide, please. This is the conceptual schematic of the 4-story office building. As you can see, different cross-section here. Again, these are still very conceptual, but you get a general idea how it would look like. Next slide, please. And this is the 4-story above-grade parking structure. Again, at various different perspectives from different directions. Next slide, please. Last but not least, the grocery store from various perspectives. Next slide, please. Here's some rendering that we have produced just recently. You can actually see how the actual building will look like in the reality. Towards the end of my presentation, there will be some existing store example that I'll be showing you all. This is the rendering of the single-story grocery from the parking lot, and the building on the far left is the single-story retail building. Next slide, please. This is a perspective looking from second concession. The building in front of you is the 4-story office building, and then the building just to the right will be the 4-story parking structure, and then certainly the building at the far right-hand side is the 6-story apartment portion, which is just north of Street A. Next slide, please. This is the closer to the Street A and the second concession intersection. Once again, the closer look of that 6-story apartment building with the connected 4-story stacked townhouses portioned. And then on the left-hand side is the above-grade parking structure. Next slide, please. Finally, this is the Traditional townhouses that will be proposed as part of the phase 1 development. As you can see, at this stage, we're certainly thinking some very contemporary type of design architecturally. Next slide, please. So as Matthew mentioned earlier, Wellland is the owner and operator of their supermarket chain within the City of Toronto across various locations. And the following slide, I'm going to be showing you some of the existing store as well as the current project that they're constructing. So this slide in front of you is what they call the China City project. The intersection is located at McEnroe and Midland Avenue, right in the heart of Scarborough. The overall GFA for this project is just around 100,000 square feet, including the basement. And I believe this project is scheduled to open this coming fall. Next slide, please. Here's another existing location that Wellland has been operating since a few years ago. This is the branding, the CNC supermarket. It's located at Don Mills and Lawrence Avenue. The overall GFA for this particular building is about 50,000 square feet. Next slide, please. A couple more existing locations. The image on your left is located in Kennedy Commons. It's located right at Kennedy and Highway 401. The size of this building is 52,000 approximately. And the one on the right-hand side is located in Bedford Circle. I believe this is one of the oldest buildings. It's in operation since the mid-90s or the early 2000s. It's located at Steele and Warden Avenue, and the building itself is approximately 56,000 square feet. Next slide, please. This is another store that I believe is built since 2016. It's a foodie world by its brand, also owned by Wellland. They are located at Richmond Village, Columbia. The total square footage for this particular location is approximately 70,000. Similarly, operating as a Asian supermarket. Next slide. This is the last slide, just showing you some of the operations, different time of the year. Certainly you can see some decoration during the Chinese New Year, and Wellland and their branding certainly offer a lot of the job opportunity as well as the Asian market need for a lot of the immigrants. And certainly they see the market and the potential in this part of the municipality, and they're really eager to bring this project to life. So next slide, please. And that will conclude my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions at this time for the applicant? I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you, Mr. Wong. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm not seeing any questions from members of council, so we'll move along to our public comments and ask if there's speakers, could they give their name and their address before they speak?
Madam Mayor, the clerk's office did not receive any registered speakers for tonight's public meeting. There were a couple of letters that were submitted, which are posted on council's agenda.
Thank you very much. With that, I will move along to our resolution that we have in front of us. There are no other questions or comments. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2021. Pardon? Oh, you're very narrow, and I can't see your hand. I can't see your hand. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I have gained the COVID-19 pounds, so I have no other explanation to help with that. Madam Mayor, I did have some questions. I thought at the top you had said we were going to go to public comments, yes, and then ask if council had questions, and I did have a few comments and a bit of feedback. I'll keep my comments brief. I know that this is just the beginning of a rather long process. And I have other questions that I'll make sure that I forward along to Mr. Ramuno and to our staff planner. One thought I had was the park being moved into phase 1. And the reason I suggest that is that there will be 150 residential units in a pretty dense space that won't have any municipal services nearby. As well, when we go to the second phase of build out, our policy is that we require the park to be delivered when that phase reaches 50% occupancy. And so I think it might be wise for us to have a look at whether that park should be delivered sooner rather than later and make them wait for a second phase. Secondly, my thought would be that the parking structure might be more appropriately located interior to the site rather than being located on the regional collector road of Second Concession. As an individual, I'd rather have the buildings address the regional road rather than have a parking structure addressing that important corner for our community. And thirdly, a little bit more forceful, I guess, is, as you know, Madam Mayor, as the liaison to the Sharon Temple Museum Society, I've been attending some of the meetings that have been going on between the Sharon Temple and the landowner here with respect to the Howard House. And those, I go into my calendar, it's been at least 1.5 years of those meetings, and we haven't made, we have not got a signed agreement with Welland for the Sharon Temple, and the temple would really appreciate some certainty with respect to this. They've got plans for a visitor center, as we know, and understanding that these sorts of things take time. It's been time, and they need to start planning as far as what's happening for the future of the site, be it for wedding bookings or their grant applications for any other subsequent stuff. And so my request to you and of course to the applicant would be that we address the matter of the Heritage House that's on site, and that we provide some certainty to the Sharon Temple with respect to that property before we move further with this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wong, did you want to respond to the questions or comments from Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Roy DeClemente. Certainly, the relocation project of the Howard House is a very unique project. And a lot of us is working really hard on trying to finalize all the details within this particular project. And I have been taking part of a lot of the regular meetings between Welland and the Sharon Temple representatives. My understanding is there has been already a terms of reference being finalized, a draft agreement that has been prepared. But I believe it's the consensus between the parties that until such point that more detail has been able to determine and flesh out, understanding the financial and the construction details to a certain extent. We're certainly working very closely and collaboratively with various parties at this particular project, and we're certainly looking to bring this over to the goal line as soon as we can. Then certainly there's a lot of work involved in between, and we're very much relying on our professionals such as our heritage planners and heritage architect. It's it's a very unique project, and certainly not a lot of expertise out there that is capable of doing that. So, but having said all that, we are very much working closely with Sharon Temple and the representatives, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to reach a conclusion to this project shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did want to comment, if I may. I mean, I agree that the meetings have been very helpful and that everyone is dancing a really nice dance, but I think people are getting tired, and it would be nice to have some certainty with respect to this project, especially since the Howard House, because it's a designated property under the Ontario Heritage Act, does tie up this entire parcel of land. And so until that matter has been resolved, we can't move forward, either with the incredible investment that you're looking to bring to this community or for our significant heritage assets. So I appreciate your comments, and I look forward to seeing them come to a successful conclusion sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, would you want to speak also to the point of moving the park ahead into the first project as opposed to leave it until the second?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. We'll explore that option with staff as we move forward the approval process. Certainly, there's only a limited amount of land that we are seeking in terms of the phase 1 development. I believe the other alternative is to construct the parks as is proposed as part of the phase 1 concurrently. Certainly, this is an option that we could consider, especially the park is being very close to the phase 1 development. From a pedestrian and connectivity perspective, certainly provide that opportunity for the future residents in the phase 1 to be able to access that park, along the similar timeline when these phase 1 portion gets developed. So certainly an option that we'll be able to explore with staff as we move forward and getting those details finalized.
Thank you. I think not only that the townhouses are there, but we're also talking about some height as well. And any time that you have residents in a paved area, then it's not optimal for any community. It might just be a good option all the way around. And I would suspect, I don't know your business as far as your grocery stores, but I would imagine that families are coming and going, and a nice park at that point could also be used with them as well. So if you could work on that one, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our presenters. I certainly support the notion that we need to make the park a priority, as you and Madam Mayor and Councillor Roy DeClemente have said. I also support the notion that we need to address the Heritage House and its fate. So I think that would be contingent on moving forward. But my question to Mr. Wong is, and I thank you for your investment in our community and the jobs that you will bring here. I think that's great news. Just curious, though, we've had some discussion earlier in this meeting about the evolving nature of work, and you're planning to build an office building or office space in your development. Are you still feeling comfortable with, in a post-COVID world, that there'll still be a need for that sort of space in our community? I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Crone. It's certainly a difficult situation for a lot of the office users and developer in this sector during this pandemic. And unfortunately, none of us has that crystal ball. We're still going through this, very much a transition period as more people get vaccinated. Hopefully, our life will get back to normal at some point later part of this year, hopefully early next. A conversation that I have constantly had with the client, and certainly depending on the market conditions, there is a will to build this office building in conjunction with the supermarket and the other retail building. But certainly we are looking to, try to react as much as we could to the market conditions. We certainly don't want to build a 4-story office with 80% vacancy, if more. It's not going to be a nice building and certainly an eyesore to the community. So we'll definitely play by the ear. And what I can say is, Wellland is eager to move forward with this project, especially the phase 1 portion, and we'll explore as we go.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I can appreciate the fact that there may be some evolution that happens in your plans here, and so that's this reality. Madam Mayor, just one more question, if I could send it to Mr. Ramuno. Just curious, you mentioned at the beginning we had a couple of letters from some of the adjacent landowners. Do you think that this could, with this proposal, that it might act as a catalyst for some of the other property owners to submit proposals of what they would like to do with their land? Just curious what your perspective is on that.
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. No, it's a good point. As I mentioned, the one letter that Council received from Redwood Properties that own the parcel at Yonge north of Green Lane, They presented the council a couple months ago, I believe, on their intention to build a purpose-built rental, which is in keeping with the Green Lane secondary plan. And I spoke to them today, and they're working on bringing their plans in. So again, it's exciting. I mean, this proposal, it's still early days. You know, some issues we've got to resolve, but you know, their commercial office component is very exciting. But also, they've got, you know, that 6-story mid-rise building, which is also a built form that we haven't seen yet here in town. And so I think, you know, again, it's in keeping with the secondary plan. So, and I think that's why we got those letters in, because Redwood Properties, you know, they've already come to council. That, you know, their concern is, you know, we've got a lack of capacity, but I've explained to them that we need to update that report for council. Hopefully that'll provide some guidance to council with respect to how we divvy up and distribute the remaining capacity. But yes, you're correct. Redwood Property is working on an application for that rental building, and they're also proceeding on work on their overall master plan. So I think it's good news for the Green Lane secondary plan. Again, both proposals, we're talking about this one, but you know, they're both kitty corner to major transit stations. This one in particular, kitty corner to the GO station. And then we've got the young Green Lane transit station as well. Again, so based on our review so far, they're in keeping with the policies of the Green Lane secondary plan. There are some issues that we need to work out. We've taken note of a couple tonight. Obviously, the Howard House relocation is a key priority. We'll look at have discussions with the applicant regarding the if we can bring in the park block as part of the phase 1 and the you know, the parking structure, whether we can perhaps relocate that somehow and come up with a better design.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ramuno, and you know, I think this underscores we're going to have to get the Bradford bypass done because we're going to have a very busy Green Lane. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wong, I think that when I heard about the office building, you had indicated possibly medical. And that's something that we have talked about for quite some time. We are in desperate need of physicians in our community, but also other forms of medical help as well. So if you could take that one back, I think that would be really important for our community to have. I think we're down to about 4 doctors in the entire town of 30,000 people. And while they can go to Newmarket, we'd like them to stay in East Gwillimbury. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. We do appreciate you being with us tonight. I have a lengthy resolution I would like to read out. Be it resolved that Development Services Planning Branch Report P 2021-07 dated March 23, 2021 regarding draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Welland Land Development Inc. files 19T20201 and ZBA 2006 be received, and that presentations, written and verbal comments made during the statutory public meeting regarding draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Welland Land Development Inc. files 19T20201 and ZBA 2006 be received, and that comments presented at the statutory planning meeting, public planning meeting, be addressed by Development Services Planning Branch in a comprehensive report to a future council meeting date. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persuccini, Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. I'm looking at the clock, and we have been sitting for over 4 hours. I'm going to suggest that there be a 15-minute break. It appears that we have, I'm going to guess an hour and a half or 2 hours left of paperwork. And so if we can be back at 9:30, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good evening. We're back to our council meeting tonight, and we're going to pick up where we left off, and that would be at item H under administration. Mr. Webster, we have nothing on the agenda for administration tonight. Is there anything that has been added or anything that should be considered tonight?
Nothing to add at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any members of council have anything under administration that they wanted to address this evening? Seeing none, I will move to item I, and that's corporate services. We have a economic development branch report, and it is regarding permitted overnight parking pilot.
Madam Mayor, just a couple of very brief comments. This report is being presented as a result of discussions and input dialogue from a number of town departments. Margot Bejean, our Director of Economic Development, has assisted in facilitating those discussions and is bringing you the results of that multi-department dialogue and proposal for a pilot in the report this evening. With your permission, I'd ask Margot to make some very, very brief comments.
Thank you, Mark. And through you, Madam Mayor, you have the report in front of you, and I'm certainly happy to dive into it in as much detail as required, but I'm conscious of the fact that this has been a heavy agenda. So just wanted to touch on the fact that we recognize that this is an issue that came to my attention initially over a year ago as a result of some interaction with business owners, but is something that we will continue to face as the community grows in population. This initial pilot exercise is really intended to explore a system that's used by our neighboring municipalities. We've got some excess capacity due to the pandemic. It gives us an opportunity to see how well it works while we explore sort of the more comprehensive solution to some of the parking challenges that we do and will continue to face as we grow. So I'm absolutely happy to answer any questions or provide additional detail as council would wish.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Foster. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Ms. Bejean. Thank you very much for working hard on this. I hope it didn't distract you too much from your economic development duties, but your efforts are much appreciated. I was just curious. I know we've got an overnight solution here, and so I'm thinking of some folks near the Ross family complex, for example, that may not necessarily need a full-time overnight solution, but would we suggest to them that if they have guests visiting that have no place to park, that they would be free to park in the library parking lot, or are there other options available for them? I probably defer to my colleague in bylaws, but there is a parking exemption that you can apply for short-term duration. So this was really seen as a first step in addressing some of the challenges that have been identified with respect to overnight parking in particular. But I think that having a comprehensive understanding of what the needs are for visitors, and obviously this is only impacting a small area of the community that it happens to be within walking distance of the 3 pilot sites. There would need to be much more done in terms of being able to do something that is accessible for everywhere that has a need. So yeah, appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Margot, for kind of heading this one up and getting it happening. I was going to go the same place as my colleague, Councillor Crone, went. I think we might be missing a little bit with the weekly and the weekend part not being there, but this is certainly some place to start. Let's see how this one works. And I also want to mention, I've mentioned this before, but I think it brings top of mind the importance of a presentation that staff made to us quite some time ago about innovative parking ideas and other things that we could happen in new developments and places where we could make it work in the developments that are already there. So I'm certainly looking forward to something more coming from staff along that line at some point. But this is a great place to start. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you. I echo my colleagues that this is a great place to start, and thank you for working on this. At first, I thought $100 was too much, especially when I'm reading the report and we're talking about, as a result of the pandemic, adult children having to move home, and now we're dinging them $100 for parking, which I know is cheaper than a ticket, but still, I would like to see it lower. But I understand at the same time that what if all the spots are taken up, in the first week? So all I would ask is that if there isn't take up on this, would we consider lowering the rate to see if there's take up at a lower rate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and certainly we did have discussions. It was somewhat an arbitrary. We did, conducted an environmental scan of what the rates were in neighboring communities, and that's how we sort of landed where we did. With the input of the cross-departmental team that was involved, there was a feeling that having some ability to cost recover and that there is value associated with having this ability to park. But bearing in mind that, as with many of our other programs, we would want to include a provision that if somebody is unable to meet that rate, that permit fee due to economic circumstance, that we could certainly work with them. And we certainly are able to work one-on-one when it comes to individual tax bills and that type of thing. So I would hope that we could extend the same approach here as well to make it as accessible as possible.
Wonderful. That makes me happy. I also hope that if there isn't significant take up on this, that we could look at. I wouldn't want the project to fail because the arbitrary amount of $100 was out of most people's price range. We're not Aurora. And the other question I had is it set to 7 a.m.? Is that because it's open to the public after 7 a.m.? The parking is till 7
Yes, I mean, and again, this was sort of in conversation with my colleagues in facilities and in parks that would maintain. It's in order to have access to the facilities and ensure that there's maximum parking available. When we do have programs, or when in certain facilities want to ensure that they have access to the fields and those kinds of things. So that's why the 7 a.m. was selected. But again, certainly up for input and discussion if there's a preferred approach.
I wouldn't want to have to, for $100 a month, move my car at 7 a.m., especially if my work hours weren't aligned with that, right? So I'll leave that to you. I just thought that was interesting. I just assumed that that was it was up to 7 a.m. that we would ticket if we saw someone parked there, and after 7 a.m. they're fine. So I would hope that if they're purchasing the spot for $100 a month, they don't have to get up at the crack of dawn to move their car. And then my one last comment is we talked in the report talks about accessory apartments. And, aside from this, I would like to talk about parking in general and accessory apartments, future developments, so we don't end up with this again. So it's not really a question for you, but just more for Mr. Webster to put on a future agenda or workshop that we do need to talk about how do we avoid this in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think a couple of my comments have already been made, and that's that we're looking to find some innovative solutions to some challenging problems. And this isn't an unusual circumstance. East Gwillimbury is not unique in having this issue, and so I'm happy to see this move forward as a pilot. I look forward to hearing back from staff on how it works out. My question sort of centered around winter maintenance, and I think that was part of that 7 a.m. thing, is making sure that the parking lot is able to be cleared of snow and winter and in the winter season, so that we can make sure that our facilities are adequately accessible. And then also the question of enforcement. So making sure that the people who have purchased the tickets or purchased the passes are actually the ones parking there, and that they're not, and that people aren't just assuming that since they're free that they can park there and so on. So I just, the enforcement question was also one that I wanted to hear back on as the pilot rolled out. So I wish you luck, and I appreciate the work that you've put into this and bringing it forward, and I look forward to seeing how it gets implemented. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margot. We certainly had some interest in where to park a car. We had lots of ideas ourselves on how we could deal with it, and I think you've come up with a good idea for a 6-month pilot. We won't have to worry about snow at that point, but if we extend it, then perhaps we may make changes even on what we have now, based on our pilot and how it goes, and the kinds of issues that we haven't thought about today, but it might be tomorrow. But thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crothers. Everyone has it in front of them? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We're down to finance, and this is a memo regarding an additional grant funding received for COVID-19 response. This is always good news. Is there someone from finance that would like to speak to this? Mr. Webster, are you there?
Madam Mayor, maybe I can address that.
Thank you, Warren.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you and members of council. We've been reporting recently on grants that we've been successful in receiving, and this is just a bit of an update on the last 2 notifications that we've received. First one, I'm happy to report that we received almost $900 million, or sorry, $900,000. 900 million would be good, but no, $900,000 to offset some of our COVID-related costs for 2021. We are similar to what we've done previously. We're going to be looking at what type of expenses that we're going to be incurring, and we'll allocate funding associated with those costs as needed, and we'll be reporting out as we go through the year. We're early in the year, so it's hard to determine what expenses we're going to be having, but we have an idea, and we'll be reporting out later. The other thing that we wanted to bring to your attention was we had applied for a grant under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program for the Health and Active Living Plaza for $50 million. We were advised that we were not successful in that request. In talking to the provincial staff associated with the grant program, they indicated that there was about $1 billion that they were about to allocate, and they received over 1,200 applications worth over $10 billion. So there's pretty good competition for those funds. And we have a meeting with them on Friday to get a better understanding of where we might have been able to do something different in our bid submission to change that, if we were able to change the outcome, if there's something we could have done. And we're always going to be keeping our eyes open for additional grant funding opportunities and be aggressive with that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall, the infrastructure programming grant was a bit of a disappointment, I'm sure, to you as well. I get that they didn't want to fund the $50 million, but even a partial award might have made a huge difference for us. And through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall, I wonder if there's anything that we can do from an advocacy perspective, be it through our provincial and federal representatives. I think it's a federal grant, is it not?
It's a combination. It's both the provincial and federal governments.
So I wonder if there's anything that we can do to apply pressure to our representatives, if there's anything that we can help to lend our voice to yours. Please let us know and pass that out. I know the library board was disappointed to hear this news as well at its meeting last night, and so they're anxious to jump on our elected officials and say, why didn't you support us? But obviously it was a challenging circumstance. But if there's anything that we can do, please let us know.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we will, and hopefully we'll get some information on Friday when we meet with the province as well.
Not seeing any other questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Foster. All in favor? That's carried. Item number 2 under finance is the water and wastewater rate bylaw update. Mr. Marshall, will you be talking to that one as well?
Yes, I will, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Through you to Council. This is a brief memo that accompanies our bylaw that we have to submit every year to establish our water and wastewater rates. For the second year in a row, we've frozen our water and wastewater rates, so they're still at 2019 levels. Typically, this is a pretty standard bylaw, but for this year, there's a bit of a difference because effective in April, we're going to be going to our monthly billing. And so in order to do that, we had to adjust the terminology in our bylaw to reflect the monthly billing as opposed to quarterly. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Mr. Marshall, does it cost more for us to bill monthly than it does quarterly?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it does. We'll be incurring more mail-out costs. But we're hoping that once we roll out e-billing and get more people automated, that we'll be able to reduce that mail-out costs. But initially there will be more of a cost.
Thank you. I would hope that we would get into the e-transfer and not have the cost at all. But it's really just postage, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? That's carried. Is there anything else under finance that we should be aware of?
Nothing at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're at item K, and that's Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. We have one report here regarding tree preservation and removals. Follow-up, and I'm wondering who might be speaking to this one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be myself.
I didn't see you earlier tonight. I wasn't sure that you were there. You were hiding.
I'm still here, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought you were. I thought it would be you, but I hadn't seen you all evening. Any comments on this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just some brief comments. It's the intent of this memo to keep council informed and to follow up on council direction with working with the developer in the My Queensville community to temporarily maintain some of the trees in certain areas of the Phase 4 and Phase 5 development lands. We also, as per council direction, will be providing a follow-up report with further information to detail out the tree compensation plantings, and that report will be forthcoming. Lastly, I should inform council that today our park staff did receive some unfortunate news that the developer did start removals and an error had not provided the adjacent residents with a notice letter. Town staff had confirmed this requirement well in advance with the developer and instructed the developer immediately to cease work and provide our existing residents with a full and respectful information letter and notice letter immediately. So staff will continue, obviously, to work with the developer to ensure they meet these obligations and provide this courtesy and to our existing residents. And staff will continue to keep council informed, and we're available for any questions related to this memo.
Under normal circumstances, would you receive a copy of the letter just to know, I guess for a couple of reasons, to know that they're moving along, know that they've done it, and to make sure that the wording is appropriate? Does that happen?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely.
But it just didn't this time.
Correct. In error, they had proceeded further with some removals this week, and there wasn't a notice letter provided to our existing residents.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding from the report that we received from staff was it wasn't just a notice letter, but that it was actually some meaningful engagement with respect to property lines, staking, trees that were to be retained, where the fence was going, all of that was to be done. So it wasn't just a letter saying, hey, we're coming in to cut trees down, but that there was to be some meaningful engagement with each of their neighbors, you know, because this is the whole idea, is that they have to be good neighbors. But it wasn't just a letter saying this is what's happening, but there was more to it. Was I mistaken?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. And they were made aware of those requirements in advance.
So what happens next?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've instructed the developer that they're to cease any of the work until such time that as they've provided that notice letter with those requirements.
Thank you.
That's disappointing. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is disappointing. Through you to Mr. Karmazin, I'm just, you know, my next statement is a general statement, not directed in particular to this developer, but these situations sometimes arise. The developers sometimes get a little carried away and maybe get ahead of themselves a bit. What sort of recourse would we have? In you know, what's the limit of the recourse? You know, can we fine these folks, for these developers, for doing things like this? Or are we really just left to our, you know, our own wits to, you know, tell them not to do it again and hope that they don't? Right? What sort of leverage do we have here?
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, this is a difficult time when you have a party that's not a party, but a group that's built communities across Ontario for many years and not cooperating with municipal requests. It's a difficult situation we're in here. Mr. Karmazin has, as he always done, put forward our position, and it wasn't adhered to. I think it really is a matter to ask our solicitor as to what recourse could be taken right now as to, again, there are private property rights. We have to remember that at the same time, and there are environmental concerns, there's resident concerns, but maybe Mr. Horner could at least give us a blush of what course of action could be taken at this point in time.
I mean, at this point, I think the town's done the appropriate thing by issuing the stop work order, and we need to move forward to make sure that you know, the commitment was honored, and we treat it as a commitment. But I think it's also important to note too that I think I'm correct when I say that this was kind of a voluntary commitment that was made by DG Group, but enacting that the way that they have, they've certainly burnt through goodwill on the part of staff, and they're burning through goodwill on the part of council, and I think that is something that they need to be mindful of, they need to be aware of, and it presents a very real repercussion. But But at this point, I think we proceed with the stop work order and see what kind of compliance we get, and then we look for other options.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I think the third one is they burnt through goodwill from the neighbors, because those are people that are living there. And as they build those homes, clear the land, start to build those homes, they'll be the people who will be the eyes and ears for us on whether things are being done or not. And that's unfortunate, but we've seen that in other communities where by the time it gets to building the houses, people have already had bad taste in their mouth. Thank you. Well, we know what we didn't get, but we'll go from there. I just had a quick question as well, Mr. Karmazin. I was speaking to an arborist a week or two ago about making sure that those trees were going to continue to grow after the soil had been disturbed, etc. And he indicated to me that many times, by the time that the soil is disturbed and earthworks happens, that many of the trees don't make it. So I'm not sure. It was just a conversation that I had with someone that I know, and they said you have to be really careful not to disturb any of the roots at all. And sometimes because they're so much older, trees that a few roots sometimes disturbed is enough to kill the tree. So I guess we go into this knowing that we hope that they all make it, but there's some reality that perhaps some may not. Thank you. I'm not seeing anything else. I have a resolution here. Be it resolved that Community Parks Recreation Culture Memorandum dated March 23rd, 2021, entitled My Queensville Tree Preservation and Removal Follow-Up be received. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? That's carried. Mr. Karmazin, is there anything else we should be aware of under Community Parks, Recreation and Culture?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do have a very brief update related to the multi-use pathway from the Children of Peace Park through to the Civic Center precinct lands. As you can see, the clerks have put the Civic Center site plan up on the screen. A portion of the parking lot at the Civic Center, approximately half the lot, will be blocked off for the balance of this week to early next week, and this area of the lot is being blocked off to facilitate the construction of a culvert and a multi-use pathway crossing and connection, crossing over a tributary of the Sharon Creek system. And this will be a pathway connection from the Children of Peace Park along Sharon View Crescent and Beachboro through to the Civic Center open space to the south of the parking area located on that site map. The connection will be will provide a multi-use pathway that will not only travel from the park, it will also connect into the civic precinct, in particular the character community pathway adjacent to the Civic Center as well as the Sharon Temple lands. So I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the work or related to the verbal update.
Thank you. Any questions? I wondered what that was when I came in. I was in twice today and wondered what that was all about. So great. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you.
We're at Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services. There are no reports. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I have a question for Mr. Karmazin on another matter. I was driving by Anger Park today, noticed the parking lot is still closed for the winter, and it certainly feels like spring out there. Just wondering when we can get that open. I know we could get another dumping of snow, but with so many people wanting to walk on our trails and that, I'm wondering if there's any way we could get that parking lot opened up sooner rather than later.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. We can follow up with park staff to open the gates and have people through the park as soon as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I was at Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services. There are no reports. Are there any updates at this time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one brief update for council, and that is with spring now upon us, we have initiated our street sweeping program. So that's just an FYI for council and the public.
Great, thank you very much. There is a little bit of sand on the roads. Any other questions at all? We'll move along then. Emergency and Community Safety Services. We have one report here. Chief, are you there?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you. And through you to Council, I'm happy to report a good news story that the Government of Ontario, through the Office of the Fire Marshal, has provided a one-time $5 million grant to the municipal fire services in the province. So this grant's intended to provide the departments with support in two critical areas, training and code enforcement that were impacted by the COVID pandemic. So the town of East Gwillimbury is eligible to receive up to $10,500. So we're looking forward to receiving that grant in the next little while.
Very good. Do you have a place to put it?
Oh yes, we do. I have to report out back to the province by September 1st, but prior to that, I'm hoping to report back to council the allocation, where we allocated the funds.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. Just a note: the correspondence requests that notes that there's timelines that are short, and requests the notification of formal council approval and a report to him, letting him know how he spent the money. I've forwarded a proposed wording to the clerk to add to our resolution. So instead of just receiving it, that we would also provide that formal approval so that we don't have to address this further. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do you have that? There we go. The council authorized the fire chief to submit the requisite paperwork and notification of council's formal approval of the program, as well as a subsequent report outlining how the funds were spent. And would you be moving that, Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Sure, be pleased to. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Foster, thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Chief, is there anything else under Emergency and Community Safety Services?
Thank you, Your Honor. Two small notes. Each year, Council, for awareness information, the CMC provides Council with a program review of the previous year. Just for your information, it's coming down the pipe. I'm planning to bring that in the 1st of April, so we can look forward to that. Also, we've been working on the business continuity planning with the partnered with the region. So I'm hoping to bring a report to council in the May-June timeframe for that. So just a couple of items that are on the horizon.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the chief? Thank you very much. Seeing none, we'll move along to legal and council support services. And we have one item here regarding our cannabis update. Mr. Horner, are you there? Oh, there you are. Thank you,
Madam Mayor. Just wanted to report the status of matters to both you and the public, and just to refresh everybody or to remind everybody, we currently have 13 different matters that are proceeding through the courts, and we currently have 3 matters that are before the Normal Farm Practices Board. We're busy, but it's slow and frustrating. So I just kind of want to make that point. It's been very difficult for us to get hearing dates. Frankly, we're not getting hearing dates, and it really is attributed to the backlog in the courts, due to court closures as a result of the pandemic. But on a more positive note, I'm kind of really happy to be able to report that the residents and council are still out there, and they're identifying sites for us. And so we've been able to do the inspections and identify additional illegal growers, and it's the same process for them. We charge them under the zoning bylaw with the offense, and we prosecute the offense, and we seek a restraining order. So we're pleased to continue to have the support of the public. Other good news too that I can speak to is that we're seeing that we're working with more and more municipalities and sharing best practices in terms of enforcement techniques. And as well, it's great to be working with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to together identify what the problems are that are associated with illegal cannabis production, and then to work together to set out legislative solutions to the problems, and then to ultimately advocate for those legislative solutions. So that's what I have for you this evening, and I'm very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for all the good work you do with this. Is, I'm sure, taken on a life of its own for you and the other work that you do with us. So appreciate it very much. Councillor Crone?
Thank you. It wouldn't be a cannabis report without me speaking to it. So thanks, Mr. Horner, for all through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Horner. Thank you for all your hard work. This started a little over a year ago that these complaints started to trickle in, and we're at the almost at the 1 year anniversary, and I'm getting more complaints coming in. I've been feeding them to you and your staff, and so I appreciate your quick response, and I really do. I think you deserve, you and your team and staff in general deserve a pat on the back, because we are getting that reputation in Ontario for handling this in a unique and creative way. There's a better town that's handling this than us. I don't know who they are. So I think you've done a great job there. Couple of points I just wanted to raise. I just wanted to keep top of mind that I think in the last meeting we talked about some correspondence that we had about speaking to putting a letter forward to some of our provincial cabinet ministers to keep this topic top of mind, and how they can play a role in controlling this. So I hope we don't lose sight of that we need to reach out to them as well. The second point is the federal Ministry of Health is asking for public consultation on amending the legislation. And I know you're doing great work through the Association of Municipalities, but I think it's also an opportunity for East Gwillimbury to keep that prominence that we've been displaying and speaking out to this topic. So as a town, if we could have some feedback and input to that consultation, I think that would put us in good stead and keep pushing ahead with the matter at hand and getting this legislation changed, so we can all get on with our lives. Yes. Anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me, and thank you, Mr. Horner, for you and your team and staff for all your hard work on this. I know the public appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Crone, you'll move that verbal report. And Councillor Foster, will you second that? Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. We're down to adoption of minutes. We're at the P schedule. Adoption of minutes for March the 2nd. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy D. Clemente, Councillor Ursicini, all those in favor? That's carried. We have some correspondence. The first one is from York Region. We dealt with that one. Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did. We dealt with that one. The next one is from Georgina, entitled 10-Year Review of the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. Any comments, questions? Councillor Persicini, you're going to move that? Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have one bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers. Councillor Crone. All those in favor? That's carried. We're at other business. Do we have any other business? I'll ask staff first. Do we have any other business to deal with tonight? Seeing none. Any member of council have any other business to deal with? Seeing none, we'll move along to our confirming bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. And an adjournment at 10:10. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much, staff. I know it was a long one, but I think we accomplished a lot tonight, far more than I expected that we would. Appreciate it very much, and members of council, thank you for all that you did tonight as well. I think we had a very good evening, and it may be late. This one could go down to be the longest council meeting we've had. We'll have to go back through our minutes and see if in fact we had 5, 8. Oh, we're close to the longest one, I would think. Anyway, thanks very much. Have a good evening.
Good night, all.
Take care, everyone.
Everybody.